able to tell us anything. Britain burnt down that library because that is where you get to understand your connectivity between you as Oduduwa man, you as a Biafran, you as a Godomingodo man, in the entirety of the southern Nigeria. That is where all of you were all connected, and that is some document that would have shown you something today. Why did they remove history from your school? It is for mindset of people like you, so that you continue to remain blind. So that when they want to open your mind, you now rush. Oh, let me go and call Simon. Simon, come and tell them that they should not talk about this. You think that Simon is as foolish as you are. Do you know why Mazen Nnamdi Kanu gave him the anointing? Do you know why he is the interim leader of the Biafran movement? Do you know why the Biafran people put him as the spokesperson of Biafra? Because he does not listen to come and hear, come and do like this because they are doing like this. He works with the spirit of Chukwokike. So please, try something comfortable with what we are teaching here and what we are doing. Just hug the nearest transformer, because this time is a time that is very, very rough and tough. It is not where we embrace and then we put sugar to sweet people. It is where we fire it the way it is. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you, Sonny. Thank you, Sonny. You know, yeah.
Please, good man. Try to see if you can. All these people that have spoken, we can remove the mic from you so that you bring a Biafra for again. Please.
Is Biafra here? I see the request for mic. All right, Biafra 247. If you can hear me, request for a mic, and I'll look for you and try to send it to you.
He requested already.
Oh, he did.
You can those who have spoken, please just drop, so we can have space to bring more people in, please.
Yes. Thank you, Sonny. Thank you, everybody that has spoken. This is quite a sensitive topic. It was like this last time we had a conversation about it, and people are gonna be upset. They're gonna be angry, but it's better that we actually know what we are defending, and actually we're talking about liberation. We're talking about the true liberation of Biafra people. That includes the liberation of Biafra land and our minds. We have to understand. Once, I think the problem that we're having is where the Bible came from, where the Christianity came from. Because I think once people understand that this was handed to you by the same people that have put us in this mess that we're in, and it's killing us, that killed over 3 million Biafran children. Once we understand that, and then we say, how can somebody like that do anything that will benefit you? How can they give you something that will make you, think and live like? Then I think some people will start, asking questions, because anybody that hates you was I believe is slave, African slave. But it does Simon stood it, but he had like a big bulge of like stick or on his neck, and they tied it with a noose. And he asked, how can somebody that treated your ancestors like this give you something that will benefit you, that will make you, be like them? Once we start asking that question, I think some of these things will be, will start getting clearer, and and people will be enlightened. Because the concept that we were primitive, we were this, we were that. It is the same people that is now telling the Ugandans that marriage that is against nature itself now it's somehow human rights. This is the same people that is telling you that if you don't live the way we live, then it's against human rights, and you start asking questions. And that's what this thing is. This is for you to actually ask questions. I asked, there was a big question I asked earlier. The concept of heaven and earth. Like heaven, they tell you, oh, your reward is in heaven. I asked, has anybody actually been to heaven and come back? and then tell you that there is heaven? Or are we already in heaven and we just don't know it? Because you go to Dubai, some people will argue and tell you Dubai is like heaven. You go to Europe, some part of Europe, they will say it's like heaven. You go to Africa, that's where you actually see hell. You know, but we must continue. Biafra, I'm gonna look for Biafra. As they go ahead and unmute yourself, and then while I look for Biafra 247.
Thank you so much. The first, everyone that have spoken, Sonia Parawa, and our leader, the dragon, who is not here, and our eternal leader, Namdoku Bukano. The contribution I want to make goes this way. I have been on the platform for a while now. Good man, thank you so much. The topic we are discussing so far, all of us have agreed is a thing that have been destroying us for millenniums. It has been a long time our people have not only been brainwashed, but hypnotized. Now, what it means is that invariably, it will also take a long time to get our people freed, either delivered in the terms of Christianity, perhaps, or be freed using seductive means and structures. Now, where I'm heading towards is that there is a time when erosion should follow a smoother path. And there is a time when erosion cannot follow a smoother path. It has to break through the walls that is stopping us from moving forward. Our people have been indoctrinized. Our people have been brainwashed. And the topic we're discussing, Namudo Kuchuku Kanu some time ago said these same words that we had. And people said, look, he's trying to bring a new religion to us. Let us fight against the freedom he's bringing. Instead, he's trying to force us to practice Judaism or whatsoever. That was a topic that they use in criticizing, rather than looking at the freedom he is bringing. Our people have been conditioned to look for sugar, the slightest of sugar, rather than looking for the hard work that will produce lasting solutions. I'm trying to say that I'm very grateful we are having a closed group here discussing this very matter. But I think there is an appropriate venue where people can discuss this and come up with tangible ways of pursuing it, so that when we are in Biafra, we will discuss, not just discuss. We talk about the way forward and immediately spring to action, because as it stands now, there is a lopsidedness. Majority, you can agree with me that 97% of Biafrans, as we talk about right now, belongs to one religious group or the other. And they will not see the freedom we are bringing. They will not see the development you're bringing. They have been conditioned not to see they will make them free. They have been conditioned to be sympathizers of religion. They are either believing in their father's religion, traditional religion, the religion. In fact, some denied their father's homes to agree with Mama Gio, Papa Gio as their families. Many marriages have been ruined because of Mama Gio, because of Papa Gio, and all of that. And to deliver these people, it will take teaching and teaching and teaching and teaching and teaching again and again. So I would have said we find a close group to discuss these sensitive things. It's not only religion, and put structures on them so that as soon as Biafra comes, the institutions that will help deliver our people from these issues will spring into action. Else, if we discuss this and push it to the public domain, the enemy will see that as a loophole to make sure we lose many people. It's not that they will stop our freedom, no. But then many people will die because they are following the lies, because it's the truth that makes people free. So I would still say, I would advocate, if I have my chance, is there are sensitive issues that we need to discuss seductively, like the rat that eats and bites and blows breeze, bites and blows breeze. Apostle Paul said, listen, the reason why I barbed my hair when I went in the midst of the monks is so that the monks can first of all think I'm like them, and then I can now teach them the messages I have brought. So it is very pertinent, it is very important. We look for strategies on how not to make our people begin to look at the smallest sugar. Let me just ask you, for example, if somebody just right now go to Nigeria and say, look, Mazi Samonepa is trying to turn Biafrans into becoming Muslims, what do you think will happen? The entire Biafran land will shut down, because that propaganda will sell. because it is easy for our people to believe in such things that concern religion, rather than to see that their freedom that will give them eternal life actually is by the only that is a difficult path to follow. So there are sensitive discussions that I think somehow either we leave here aside or we create schools of discussion. That was why there were schools of thought, schools of discussions. When they discuss this, anyone that is not matured enough to think in this direction shouldn't get into those quarters. We discuss it, we put conditions, we put issues on ground, follow it little by little. But the means, the seductive means with which we can reach out to our people, if of us declaring, look, Catholicism will be our official, if everybody in Biafran land right now will agree we want Biafra, if we say we are all going to Catholic, we push it. Let us get into Biafra. Then the structures of Biafra will pull out weed out all of these weeds, little by little. Then our people have no other choice. But as it stands now, they can easily be influenced, and then we lose more souls. We lose more people. See it. Even at home, you find out that when you raise this matter, your parents and you will not sit in the same place to eat peacefully. So that's just my own contribution in this. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You know, I actually like what you said. Not that I agree, but I like, because this is where we come and we voice whatever opinion that we have. Not like the guy that tries to, I don't know exactly what he wanted Simon to come and do. You come up here and you speak your mind. But my brother, one thing you need to understand is this. This thing that we're doing, that is this particular topic, the gods in Biafra lands already, enlightening a lot of people. You will realize that, and this is something people don't understand. Everybody here, I will actually bet on it, 99.9% of people here grew up in one religion or another. I grew up in the Anglican Church, the Church of England, just like, and I know people that were in Catholic, and but back in the day, this topic, about anybody that's speaks about the traditional religion, you speak it, they always give them a side eye. Today in Biafra land, you can watch what's going on. It's not like that anymore. So honestly, I think the gods in Biafra land already started fighting that. And that's why you can now see people proudly, brandishing their, traditional beliefs on social media. Now we have celebrities of native doctors, and you know what. So my brother, there's never a right way to say, things like this, because it's always going to be uncomfortable. What we want people to do is, and I will never advocate for anybody to tell people what religion to worship or not to worship. But one thing that we have to get clear is that we have to speak the facts. And when you talk about liberation of Biafra, you must speak about religion, because it was also a tool that was used to enslave our people. So it's something that we can never avoid. It's right there in your face when you talk about how did our people get enslaved to the point that we are in this mess that we're in today. There you talk about this, and you can never avoid it. And trying to sugarcoat it, trying to avoid it, you will always end up hitting a brick wall. So it's better for our people to hear it, to understand it. Our people understand that, if they after hearing us and they say, "Oh, we want to remain in one Nigeria," then they really didn't want freedom to begin with. Go ahead, good man.
First, thank you so very much for that one. Mouthpiece, I would have said you should come in, but let's give to our brother Americano. He has been struggling to get a mic all these days. He hasn't accessed the mic. Let's just hear from him briefly, and then you take up from there. Before we go to Miles too. But after you, Mouthpiece, we do to Miles, and then Okesin. Before Paul Akalo. All right, go ahead, Americano.
Bro, I'm so happy to be back. I actually had to get a new phone, which is unfortunate, but it's what I had to do. I'm really appreciative that it actually worked this time. And I'll just go straight to the topic, just because I know I got ahead of a lot of other people, and I'm really grateful that their patience allowed me to go before them. And I greet everyone who's listening. This topic is very, very, very important. I'm glad we have a lot of mature people who are here to discuss it. I see this as, not only an important topic, but the resurgence of Biafran philosophy. Back before terrorism and colonialism, we had philosophers. We had people who debated about reality, spirituality, morality, God, and those things were not bad things. It was a thing of honor at any point in history. If you look back, to be among the people who debated about the existence of nature, the existence of God, the existence of what it means to be a moral individual, what it means to have ethics. When you look at Biafrans, Ndibo specifically, but Biafrans at large, this is people that have gone back 10,000 plus years. When you look at the timeline for Christianity or Judaism, that at most goes back 3,000, 4,000 years. So are you telling me that for 6,000 years or 7,000 years, we didn't know what we were doing? We were walking in circles. We didn't have a God that we appreciated. We didn't understand nature. This topic is important because I think that as someone who was born abroad, I didn't grow up in Nigeria, thank God. As someone who was born in a country that's at least, it's not perfect, but it's somehow, it at least respects the basic human life to a larger degree than Nigeria. There's a difference between morality, religion, and spirituality. There's a difference, and I'll say it again. There's a difference between morality, spirituality, and religion. You don't have to. There are many people who have religion that don't have morals. You see a lot of pastors who are pastors of churches who clearly don't have morals. They're either doing some sort of evil in the middle of the night or some sort of evil during. You can't argue to me that those pastors who clearly have adopted a religion also share a high degree of morality. There are people who have spirituality who don't have any sort of religion that these are people who have found a way to, whether it's connect with their ancestors, whether it's connect with the higher being, they see themselves as highly spiritual people, but they don't. If you ask them, hey, what church do you go to or what religion do you follow? They don't have any religion behind them. So there's a clear distinction that needs to be made between having morals and understanding morality, being spiritual and having a sense of spirituality, and then having a religion. A religion is a doctrine. A religion having a religion doesn't make you a moral person. Religion generally is a road that many people follow in their youth to understanding morality, whether it's through the life of one of the prophets or one of the important people in that religion, or it's generally a road of practicing some level of spirituality. But having a religion by itself does not make you a good person. I don't think anyone would argue that. So in Nigeria and in Africa, what you generally have seen after colonialism, is a mass adoption of religious practices. But these religious practices have not pushed into our consciousness morality or spirituality. In fact, it has removed the spirituality. It has removed the morality to a large degree. And if you're saying that I'm wrong, look at Africa today. Look at Nigeria specifically. There's large portions of Africa are moving on. Look at Nigeria. Are you going to tell me that Nigeria is a country blessed with morality? Are you going to tell me that morality is the standard in Nigeria, that zoo country? No, of course not. You would tell me that there's a large lacking of morality in that country. So what colonialism and the terrorists actually did was they removed that indigenous morality. They removed that indigenous spirituality. And I'm not saying if you're a Catholic or you're an Anglican or you're some other form of Christian that you are not a good person or that you are following the wrong God. No, what I'm saying is that the religion that you are practicing in Nigeria has been bastardized. How could I say that? Because I didn't grow up in Nigeria. I grew up in America. Many people, where they immigrate to America. I didn't immigrate to a foreign country. I went to school with Oyibo from the time I was a baby to the time I started having children. I know these people. I think like them. I basically am them from a psychological standpoint. And they don't, they don't go to church like Nigerians go to church. They don't practice religion how Nigerians practice religion. They don't. So if you're telling, and they're not even the originators of the religion that you practice. They themselves adopted it from another land. So when you come to a country and when you're born in a country that you see the majority of your people have so latched, but you are in this country and you see, okay, these people, maybe at most they'll be in church for 1 hour on a Sunday. And while they're in church on that Sunday, they're all looking at their phones. And if you look at the average age of people in that church on that Sunday, they're in their late 40s or late 50s. No, not even. Maybe in their late 50s or late 60s. They're old people. You don't see young people in church in America. You don't see them. They're out doing whatever they want to be doing. They're not in church. I'm not saying the people that go to church are doing something bad. I'm saying the way that they have come to understand their religion, because it is their religion, is much different than the way that they have that those in Nigeria are practicing it. They're at church at most 1 hour. And the sad thing is that after that 1 hour is gone, these same people that I heard someone earlier saying that, you know, the Americans, the Christians and Americans are going to sympathize with us. These people, I don't care who hears this, they don't care. They don't care about what's going on in Nigeria. I swear to God, they do not care about what's going on in Nigeria. They're not sitting there thinking, yes, some of them, maybe they care for, maybe they go to missionaries, maybe, but that is like, that is what they call volunteering. That is what they call social work. It is not, they do not, no one is going to tend to your garden more carefully than you are.
Americano.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm so happy that you had this mic. You have just exonerated us from what we read before. But being that you were born in America, you have a clear knowledge of educating the people that have been destroyed of this issue of, oh my God, please, let me ask you some few questions so that you just put it to us. Now, do they believe in olive oil in American churches?
No. So, you know, the funny thing is that when you see certain Nigerians coming, this is one of the funniest things that I've ever, in fact, this story, if it doesn't make you laugh, you know, maybe you're taking things seriously.
Wait, they don't believe in olive oil.
It's not just olive oil. It doesn't just stop at olive oil. Let me tell you one quick story. There was a Nigerian that came to a church, and you know one question that they asked the pastor. We were having lunch together. You know one question they asked the pastor. They said, "Do you speak in tongues?" Now the pastor didn't want to, I can tell based on facial, you know, most of communication is nonverbal. The pastor looked at this person from Nigeria that just asked them, "Do they speak in tongues?" The pastor said no. Then the pastor said, if you can tell me what they are saying in tongues, I'll begin to believe that some people are speaking in tongues. A whole pastor. They said, is tithing mandatory? They said, no, we don't need tithing. Tithing is not mandatory. Whatever you give, you just give now. So the person was shocked that this pastor didn't believe in speaking in tongues, wasn't asking for additional tithes. They were shocked that in this country that they thought everyone would be speaking in tongues, giving tithes and offering, that people treated church as a personal journey to God, because that's what it is. It's a personal journey. It's a personal journey. And unfortunately in Nigeria, it's turned from being a personal journey where people are actually trying to uncover spirituality, uncover morality, to a business. It's a business. That's what it is. Any person coming from America or a Western country that goes to Nigeria and goes to a church for long enough will realize that they're not really what they're doing in that church is different from what they're doing in their church in their home country. And that's just the God honest truth. You can believe me, you cannot believe me. I'm not talking down on your religion. You're not more spiritual than me. You don't have more morals than me. But I'm trying to tell you. Go ahead, bro.
Do they believe in fasting and prayers?
People fast and pray, but people are not fasting and praying how people are fasting and praying in Nigeria. They're not. People are not. The average 99.9%, not 50%, 99.9% of Americans do not fast and do not do any sort of fasting. No, the people who are doing fasting in America are mostly Nigerians who come to America and continue fasting. People in America are putting their hand into their craft to get things done. They're putting things into motion in reality. Yes, they're praying, but beyond praying, they're using their God-given hands, legs, feet, eyes, ears to change the world that they are living in. There are many people from Nigeria. Go ahead.
People like say you they rush these questions. I want you to educate people. That's why I'm asking you these questions. One. So take time to relax yourself and be educating us. Now, when a child has a coconut head in school, do they take that child to pastor to go and do prayers and deliverance because the child no fit pass exams for school? Or what do they do?
No, if the child is not behaving in school to the extent that there's clearly a disturbance, they have a structured plan. Maybe it involves bringing the parents into school and talking about what's going on at home. Maybe it involves bringing in a school counselor and trying to figure out, what ways can we work with this child in order to make sure that they're becoming more academically successful or they're relating better with other people. There's no person with the Bible that's coming and spraying holy water on the child and doing an exorcism. That is not happening.
Wow. Okay. People of Africa, people of Nigeria.
Also very, very important. When somebody is sick, when somebody is not doing well, and we pray for those people, but more importantly, I heard this on the radio yesterday, and it made me think about those back home. I was listening to a Christian radio station, and on the Christian radio station, the person was praying for somebody who was sick. But while they were praying for they were sick, you know what they used their own mouth to say? They said, we are praying. We thank God that we have the science, the doctors, the institutions, the medical facilities in place so that as we are praying, we are working to save this person's life. That's what they said. They didn't. If they would have left that part out, I would have just said, okay, they're praying. But they gave the appreciation that they actually have those institutions so that person's life can be saved through science.
Thank you. Americano, you will just stay on your mic. Let's hear from our goddess here, the mouthpiece, and then you will come back to you. Let's just hear from a few of us. Mouthpiece, go ahead. We'll get back to Americano. I'm happy you have the mic, Americano. I have been so worried that you cannot speak to us, because when I see one of these, our intelligent people, very intelligent, oh no, I don't want to lose them. So just hold on your mic. Mouthpiece, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'll just take a minute to just address that one thing I heard from the last speaker before Americano. I think the guy was, he said his name is Eze or something, but I can't see him anymore. I don't know if he's still here. I just wanted to clarify something first, because he was saying something about Simon telling some people to believe in something that is a religion, like to believe in something so that after, when we get Biafra, we can now go back to tell them, that is a lie. I didn't quite get it. I wanted to get it correctly from him. But one thing I wanted to state here is that for this liberation process to to work was because autopiloted IPOB believed and stayed in the truth. That is truth personified. That was why everything started working properly, because these criminals, the DOS who wanted to be relevant today, that made our people to go demonstrate and be killed today, was the ones who lived and told lies to everyone. And that was why we still have problems in this liberation process. Because if anything is based on lies, it never goes further. And it's because why this liberation process is going perfectly well is because everything Simon Ekpa is doing is exactly what the gods of Biafra wanted us to do. You stand on the truth, irrespective of whose ox is God. You have to stand on the truth for everything to work perfectly. For us to get this liberation, we must stand on the truth. For me, I've always maintained, if you go to my wall, if you go to my page, you will see I have never, ever deviated on my stand. I don't care who you are. I must stand on the truth, and I must speak the truth. You know, I don't say anything to please anybody or because you're a mutual. And because you're a friend, I start believing in what you say because you're a friend. I must stand on the truth. So for this movement, for this liberation to come to a conclusion, for us to be free, we must keep on standing on the truth. We don't have to do anything like, oh, let's tell this lie, concoct a lie just for people to follow us. Then when we get Biafra, we can now tell them whatever. No, it doesn't work that way. That's what I wanted to correct the last speaker before Americano. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, guys. I use my mic.
Thank you, mouthpiece, and I believe that point was he's still here, so I think that was delivered. Americano, we appreciate that you're here with us again. It was sad not hearing from you for the past few days. At least it's been a while. But we know that the attack is targeted to the speakers. They are trying to silence us, but we will still be here, and we're here, and we'll be preaching the gospel. Milos, go ahead. Americano, you can stay as speakers, and you can respond anytime. Miles from you.
Yeah,
Miles, go ahead.
yeah, the first.
Yeah.
And everybody here, please go and follow the other account. But first, your mic is echoing. Please, you need to follow the other account I just opened. It's Exodus. It's just a completely new account. Exodus and then /_ Goodman. That's the handle with the Yoruba Oduduwa flag. Please follow it, because anytime they try to disrupt me from accessing the mic through this one, I will host from the other one, because we must continue. Thank you. The first, we must continue. Thank you for the good work. Elohim bless you.
Thank you. Miles, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Greetings, everyone. Sunday Abarawa, I greet you, brother. What I wanted to say is that I will just put it as a question before I can continue here. But if we to the Biafra land now, did you guys notice something? This is something I've been noticing for a very long time. As in, I don't know if anyone is noticing some of all those things. Do you know that some kind of bad people that we know, as in you and I know that this person is not a good person, most of them have run into the churches where you can be able to find all those wicked people are in the churches. Please, I want somebody to correct me if I'm right or wrong. Sonda Orawa, please, can you just speak on that a little?
Sunday Akbarawa has gone to consult from the madman.
I beg, no vex. So I know you that question. I will come back. I attend to some madmen here first. I will come back.
Yeah, okay. I know. That is true, Brother Miles. Let me chip in there. That is true. They go there, they take cover, and they take the front seat. In fact, a lot of huh?
I don't know if
Ifeanyi, you say something. Oh, Ifeanyi, your voice is very low. Ifeanyi, we are not hearing you.
Don't hear me.
I can hear you fine. I can hear you.
Oh, you're low. Your voice is low.
Good morning. You can continue. Just talk to us, please, before I can continue. Yeah.
Yes, me, I'm saying yes. Even native doctors, you see, these wicked men that they call themselves native doctors, they are now in the church. They are wearing suits because most people don't patronize them again. So they have now taken their charm into the church. They are now pastors. So they are using charm on people in the name of Jesus. I don't know how we can reconcile that. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Let me just tell a story. There is I'm from Enugu State. There is one certain time that is when I started reasoning like as a real human being. One certain time, like almost like 8 years ago, yes. There is one of this my uncle. He's a government worker. He's okay, very comfortable. And there was a day, the young man and my dad is just having some kind of argument. And after the argument, I called my dad. What's the problem? My dad was telling me, see what happened. And my dad was telling me that he was insisting that this young man should do this so thing because he knows that this is the right thing to do. But the man said no, because you are a government worker, you have money. I said, okay, the only thing is there that's just mind your own business, leave the man, just be on your own. Do you know, guys, know that the next morning, I was just preparing for school. 2 men just came into our house and was like, is this so man, please? I said, yes. Is he around? I said, please, who are you guys? They said, we are from the state CID.
No vex. Miles, no vex.
Okay.
What was the question? Because I was attending to some mad people here. What was
okay,
the question?
I will come back. I will come back to the question. I will come back to. Let me just finish this story. I will come back to the question, brother.
Okay. Thank you.
So these 2 men was asking me, is my dad around? I said, please, who are you guys? They told me that they are from the state CID Enugu. I said, state CID Enugu. Yeah. They wanted so man. They want to see so man. I said, okay. I was responding. My dad then came out. They said, okay, young man, are you so person? My dad said, yes. Okay, we want to see you in state CID Enugu. My dad said, there's no problem. My dad went in, wear his clothes, and then followed them to state CID Enugu. As they are just getting down to state CID Enugu, they drove my dad from state CID Enugu to, is it, what are the, Umuahia. So I called one of my uncles to just check on my dad, see what is, there is something going on. So that's my uncle called the people in the state CID and asked them, so what's going on? See, you guys came into my uncle's house and then pick him up and all that. The ASP down there told my uncle that they have driven my dad down to Umuahia. Hey, I said, okay, no problem. So later on that day, that's I will just call him my uncle, yes. He came back and was like, after I finish dealing with you, you will understand that I'm not that kind of person. And I was like, what exactly is going on? You know, the reason why I'm just telling all these stories is that, okay, the following, like 2 days after, they brought my dad home with about 4 policemen. They came into our house that they want to do some searching there. They said that my dad has some guns and all that. I said, guns? They came into our house after searching. A single policeman called me. He said, hey, young boy, come. I came. I met this man. This man just took me to one side and tell me, whatever that you guys have this with there, that's my uncle that is going on. You guys should just try and settle it because this my uncle is ready to take my dad down to Abuja. I said, for what? What did my dad? Man didn't do anything now. The policeman just told me, just decide to tell you, spirit just want me to tell you. If you guys know what's the problem, you better just settle it. And I'm telling the man, we don't have any problem with this young man. He said, okay. So after they left, I was like in tears. I said, God, what's all this? So in the night that day, at night, that same day, because after doing some searching and all that, they decided they took my dad away again. They take him back to Umah again. So that night, I came out around that kind of, I don't know what pushed me. I'm just being very, very honest. I came out around 12 a.m. sharp in the midnight. I came out. I pulled all my clothes, everything that I'm wearing, I pulled it off. Just brought out one big kola nut. After praying, I'm not even praying and calling Jesus because I don't even know who is Jesus or and all that. Starting from day one, anything concerning church or whatever, I don't know what's going on inside me. I don't know. But I will just say there is a spirit inside me. Even if they tell me, okay, go to church, my mom will tell me, go to church, and or fellow colleagues and go to church. I can't even remember if I've entered inside church once. Once I come near a close, the only place I used to stay is under mango tree. That is where I would be. Before the church closes, I'm already at home.
Brother, try to round up, okay?
Oh, it's all right, it's all right. So after praying with that kola nut, like almost like 10 minutes, I wasn't putting on anything. I was just with my barefoot and all that. I called the land of my place, started calling all the old people that I knew, both the ones that I don't even know, both the ones that I've heard about. After calling their name, I just told them, you people have seen the whole situation. My hands are clean, my family's hands are clean. You guys should just do whatever you guys wish to do. I must be very honest with you. After making that prayer, the following morning, my dad came back home. The next following day, I traveled back to Lagos. It is not up to 2 weeks. This man is gone. That's my uncle. He is gone and gone forever. The next upper week, the wife followed him instantly. That is the time that I realized, my brothers, if you're an Igbo man here, we are too much. We are too big. We are too much. We are too big. So Sunday Barawa was asking a question. My question was, why is it that it's like when you come, is mostly all the whole church in the Biafra land, both without if not even in Biafra land, all those bad people, all of them, all of them have run into churches. That is why you can be able to find them now. Am I right or wrong? Did you notice that too? So that was my question. Son idea?
Sonny.
If Sonny is still consulting the madman, I think let me talk. At least my madman is here with me. Okay, Sonny is back.
Go ahead.
What was the question, please?
My question was, why is it that all the whole bad people in Biafra and all of them, you can only find them in the church? If I'm right or wrong, I don't know.
There is a video where one Babalawo made a confession. He said, all the pastors, they used to come and meet me for powers. So this alone can be able to answer all your questions. Because the people that are preaching to you inside the church, those bishops and pastors, they go and get power from Babalawo. So how do you now expect that inside the congregation will be free of ant-infested firewood? Everything has to be infested with ants. And just like Chukwu Okike and Yeshua and Mashiach said in one of the Bible portion, he said, I came to see the people where their head no correct, the people where be sinners, where bad, I no come for the good ones. So we need to see all those bad ones inside the congregation so that deliverance go there for their head.
Thank you. We move on to Biafra and beyond. Okay, go ahead before
Yes,
Biafra Unite.
Before Kesim, let me thank Miles Mont for that testimony, because it is a testimony. At least you tested the gods of our land, and they responded with speech. That's to tell you that we have our God. They will still answer you. They will still come and respond according to Chukwu Okike Abiama that created the heaven and earth. We had spirituality before the advent of Christianity. We had our spirituality. So thank you for that testimony. More testimonies will come when we realize ourselves.
A good man. I want to add something to what our brothers have said to Miles' question. His question was, why is it that you find more bad people, all these bad people that you see them in the church? The foundation of Christianity, they say that the Christ have not come for the good people, but for the bad people. That's number one reason that you find them in the church. And one other reason is that the Bible made us to know that when one bad person repents, that has joy in heaven. So bad people now go to the church and hide themselves, confusing the people that they are now good, because the Bible said that once they repent, there's joy in heaven. So they now hide in the church. Once you see them in the church 2 times, they will tell you that they are now evangelists. From evangelists, they will open their own church. But it's still the same old cake. No new one have been poured into it. He just changed his garment. Our brother sang in his song and said that these politicians has changed their garment and come back, that it's still the same people. Are you getting me? So many people that are in the church are still wearing the same old clothes that they've been putting on. But they are deceiving people because they are desperate for money. They are desperate for things that you will get now. So because they can no longer do it as criminals, they can no longer yahoo you, collect your money indirectly. They want to do it genuinely in a way that you will freely give it to them and even tell them, God bless you, sir. Are you getting me? So that person will go and open church. And once he opens church, whatever he tells you, you will do it willingly, thinking you're doing it for God. So I think this is my own answer to that your question. That's why you see more bad people in the church today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to Biafran Voice 247. Do you want to speak, or you can come in anytime you want?
No, I don't really want to speak. I think what I wanted to address has been addressed. Only if we could play our music, good man, the music, to free ourselves from mental slavery.
I beg, jam that thing small before we continue. Jam them small. We know who they come next. It's okay.
All right, we'll move. We are going to listen to that song again now. Just seconds.
Because
Okay.
we must question everything. Why can't we question everything and be totally free? Why must we just be following? Follow everything without questioning. Whether Ibado, follow. No. We must question everything so that we knock the liberation song.
Okay, we move.
Thank you.
We move.
Yes. We must emancipate ourselves from mentors, and before that is possible, we must start asking questions. Because it is only when you ask the right questions that the right answers will begin to pop up. And then your eyes will begin to be opened to the narratives that you never knew were there before. And then you begin to emancipate. That is the only way emancipation comes. That is the only way your freedom can come, even faster. Because you can't fight what you don't understand. No, you can't. And that is why we must keep asking questions. We must question everything. And that must be relevant questions, not stupid questions. Yes, we must go on. Okay, Sin. The first, go ahead.
No, okay, Sin, go ahead and unmute yourself. And then after okay, Sin, Biafra and beyond. So please try to do it before within 4 minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, brothers and sisters. Actually, I wanted to be a listener today, but somehow the topic starts getting more and more interesting, and I must have one or two things to add on. So the thing is, I want to chip in one thing there. Those who may think that this discussion is getting out of hand or is not called for are making a very big mistake. They are making a very big mistake. It is needed and very, very important, because this is actually a preface to what is eating us deep. There is one thing I've come to agree with. I say, if heaven is real, definitely the white man or the Europeans who brought religion or Christianity with slavery to Africa will not want to share it with black man. That is my own line of thought, and I remain with it. That is a part of it. And to crown it further, I think many of us who are deeply into religion or Christianity are so ignorant in what they believe in. Sometimes these people are so ignorant to differentiate this belief and knowledge or fact. These are two things that convince your decision or action. What you believe in might not be truth, might not be real, but what you know, the knowledge you have, is factual, is fact. If you always base your reasons or actions on belief, it might be that you might have been misled, misguided, or misinformed. But the Christians or religious people we have today out there are so enthroned with this belief, and that is religiously inclined. Many don't know that the most serious wars fought on this earth then were between Christians and Muslims. There was a time Christians, churches supply warriors to kings to fight their wars. And again, this same religion comes back through, King James? King James came back to export to the whole world the King James version that everybody, all Christian houses have been clamoring and fighting over. Then I asked them, is King James a holy man? Was he a holy man? He wasn't. Was King James a saint? He wasn't. What was his motive in providing the world, the entire world, this encyclone, this book that he meant or he wanted to change the whole world? That was a thought. He couldn't have meant well for all. I'm just saying this not to disprove that there is some the Christians who are here and are getting angry over this topic. It is highly needed because it was Ian Fleming who said that he disagrees with the things that eat him. If you know what eats you, what is the impediment to your problem, why can't you discuss it? We have to discuss religion here, and that is to help to open our people's minds, brains, and line of thoughts, because we need it to prosper. We need it to achieve what we are fighting for. And we cannot close our eyes over such issues as this. So if you are not comfortable with it, so be it. But we have to nip it. We have to discuss it. Why it is very, very important is, let me just say, Jesus himself once told his disciples or followers, give to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's. What does that told us? He told us that there are things you should do as a human being yourself. But today, if you go to Nigeria, Africa, tell them or ask them to come out and protest over several injustices that is being meted out to them, they will tell you it's not godly. It is ethnic thing. It is a material thing. Are they not blind? Do they have senses, these people? To protest about the things that concern their lives, health, children, and everyone, all of them will be amazed. They will. In fact, they will even cause you to get out of their way, because they see these things as ungodly. Believe you me, if today the whole church, the whole Christians in Nigeria comes out a day to protest in all streets, the whole world, we hear about it. Nigeria will be shut down. But they are not doing it because they believe that that is not their part to do. It's not for them. They are Christians. So that is why I'm buttressing this line of thought: ignorance to belief.
Have to round up, okay?
Yeah, thank you. It's just that I want to buttress this fast so that many of our brothers and sisters here who are so much inclined in religious thoughts and this belief in Christianity should know that there are things that as a Christian you must do for yourself. You cannot always rely on others to fight your wars or to protest for you, to make the governance better for you, while you remain as a Christian and thinking that everything will be godly, that's preserved or presented to you like manners. It doesn't work that way. So that is just one of the aspects, just for them to know that discussing religion and Christianity is very, very pivotal to what we are looking for, to our freedom, and is very necessary, even if it means having to discuss it now and over again. We should do that because it will help to enlighten our people down there who are not opportuned or who are less privileged to know the things we have come to know. Leaving them behind there, we must help to enlighten them. And let me just keep in one thing, please, just some seconds. Some time ago, I came into a contact with one reverend father, a white man. He was very elderly then. I was in a child education somewhere in Germany where I stay. So he called for some prayer. That is one of some representatives to pray in different dialects. So my friend told me, okay, that is stand up since you can speak Dutch. So I asked the Reverend, should I pray in Dutch or English? The answer he gave me was, it was that I said, amazing. He said, you can pray in whatever language you feel. God understands every language. And he added, he said, in fact, you people are the first and the rare people on earth. You were the first, the originals. That day, the white man got their skins after the ice ages. He said that you are the rare and first people. So speak in whatever language you wanted to. You are the rare. We got our skin during the ice ages. So that can tell us something. There are things that these people know which we don't know, which they have preserved for themselves and which they are using against us, the black man. We must know that.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
The first.
Barawa hands is up, and then
Yes, let me chip in something.
Okay.
My brother, you see that place where you hit now? It sweet my belly where something begin to dance inside my stomach. We are the people. That is why when you come to tell me about all this angel that is white, all this thing, and then black man and Satan, where you go match on top, I go tell you saying a lie. See, the thing I read today, on they open my eye, they go say, brother, the way your mind on they go since not true. Human, which is the original one? Humus man, you were made from the earth. And what color is that clay, that earth? Which color? That humus. Now which color? Now brown. So who they can't tell us say will be less? Why would they bring their religion to us when we are original, when we have originality? When we have been existing and been worshiping God from the day He created man out of the dust, we were the people in the garden. We were the original people that were formed from the dust of the earth in the garden. So how come we become the Satan with the match leg? And then the light-skinned man become the angel where they stand on top of us. You see, that is why we must question everything. Nothing will be left out unquestioned. If you must be delivered, roundabout, inward, outward, you must question everything that you came to meet. Take, for instance, if they conquered Biafra, and then they made us Muslims, what will you know? You only know Muslim when you know, after you don't live for Muslim for over 100 years. So, now Muslim, anything when they want to talk, everything you know will not be Muslim. Same thing that is happening to us as Christians. If your parents were Muslim, you will believe in the Muslim religion. So what is the difference? Why can't you question everything and then listen to the history? Because you were not taught history. We must continue, my brother Akbarawa. Go ahead. You're the first. The first?
Yes.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. If Sonia Barawa is busy, let's hear. I see you, Biafra son.
Stella is
we
also
haven't
here. I don't
forgotten
know how
about
to raise
you.
my hands.
Who's that? And then we have Stella.
Stella is there, but I don't know how to raise my hand. So
Stella, go ahead. I was about to call you. Yeah, go ahead and unmute yourself, and then after that, Biafra son will go and speak.
So thank you, everybody. Ifeanyi, Goodman, the first. So I appreciate the program we are having and the discussion we are having. You know, that people have entered into a fake church, because these days we have Church of God and we have Church of Satan. When somebody is always looking for a church and always ends up in a fake church, the person needs a real help. And it does not nullify that also good churches around. we need to find the good ones. So call Jesus by name, or Yeshua, or Chuku. He is the one that died. If he's the one that dies on the cross, he's the one I'm talking about this afternoon. Christianity is a personal race. You can be a Christian today and tomorrow you can backslide. Christian way of life has added good values to people and not bad values. Some people were misled by bad pastors and reverends. It's a pity. A good Christian must practice the good things that we are taught in the Bible and also study the Bible always. Some people go to church and are still into secret societies, occultism, which God hates. Even the queen herself, I heard in YouTube, she's the head of witches. And at the same time, brought Protestant church also to Nigeria. Bible is universal. Britons use Bible, US use Bible, Africans use Bible. So there is God and there is devil. So we must choose whom to serve. I chose to serve God that sent down his only son, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. God, Chukwu Okike, is a hard-working God. You must not be lazy. We must learn how to do, work. He left commandments or rules to follow, which is love God and love one another. The fake pastors have refused to preach it. And it does not make it a lie. Even, if they refuse to preach it, since they have refused to preach it, that does not make that the commandments God has given to us is a lie. Somebody said Jesus is not real or not true. But this morning, opening my YouTube, I ran into a man called Ron Yat. In 1987 or so, he discovered the Ark of Covenant in Jerusalem with the help of being able to identify where Christ was crucified using Bible history. YouTube wrote that Israel have this documentary too. So you can go and research. So Christ is real. People are deceived by their bad teachers and bad pastors and reverend. But that does not mean that the word of God is not true. So people study the Bible and practice it. Whoever Jesus sets free is free indeed. And this is why Christians are looking freedom of Biafra, where we can be free to worship God Almighty and not Allah of the Muslims that cut off the heads. So this is my own little contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. She's This is what we do here. People come up and you speak your mind. We are not chasing anybody. This is we're all grown up, and I appreciate you, Stella, for coming in and lending us your mind, and that's what we want. This is what Biafra is about. People come in with their different divergent views, and we argue, we listen to each other, we bring our own view on what we think, and like I said, Mazen Namdekan has already made it clear. You are free in Biafra. You are free to worship anything you want to worship. We are not. This is not attack on Christianity. It's not attack on religion. But what we are doing is we want to state the facts so that, because if you understand the genesis of what you believe in, then you will actually then understand how to practice it and not take everything literally. Because one of the things that last time we had this conversation, Stella, you agree with me that it's not that we're saying that the Christianity is bad, it's that the way it's been handed and the way it's being practiced in Nigeria
Yeah.
has been corrupted, and that's why This is not just saying, like, let's say it's only the Anglican church that's doing it. The Catholic Church is also doing it. The Pentecostal is doing it. So it's like all over Biafra land. And the more we talk about these things, and people don't take it personal, because you have to be able to face your fear, face that thing, question it, which is the topic. Question that why is this so? Why is this happening? Why is it that we can never get it right? I talked about it the other day. It's like, why is it that even the Bible that is being printed, they print it from China? Why we have youths that are unemployed? China doesn't read the Bible. They don't give a shit about the Bible. We're the ones that are using it. And the jobs and the money that we Africans could be making off those Bibles, just printing it. We have the resources, we have the trees where the the books are made from. We have everything. So why do they have to print it from China? We have the manpower, we have the people. We are the ones that are reading the Bible. We are the ones that are doing all these things, but we don't even get that. And that's the things that we ask questions about. Because why are we not good enough to print Bibles now? It is us that is reading the Bible, but we can't even get money that the proceeds, and we have unemployed youths everywhere. Imagine how many people that would have gained employment if we actually start printing Bible in Nigeria.
Yeah, we also
That
have
would
bad
employ a lot of people.
governance.
That would employ a lot of people. But if we're not talking about Nigeria, let's talk about Africa in general. But no, they don't even see us and as good enough to be able to print them. They ship them to China. China that doesn't even do religion. So that's the things that when we start thinking along these lines, start questioning this nonsense, and then we start because you can only get the right answers when you ask the right question. But if you just accept everything that they keep telling us, just believe it, accept it, don't question it. That's why we ended up in this mess that we're in today. And I appreciate you, Stella, for coming through. Barawa Sonny, if you're here, you can unmute. Your hands raised up. If not, we're gonna go back to okay, Americano. You can unmute yourself, and
Yeah,
then
thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Hold on, Americano. Biafra and Beyond, has he spoken before?
No,
I
he
was
hasn't.
gonna get mad at you. I was gonna get mad at you. Seriously.
Thank God you didn't
Yeah,
get the
man.
advice from the madman.
I got the advice from Obi.
Seriously. Yeah, man. Greetings. Yeah, the Bible said, question everything and speak to that which is good. He said that study to make yourself approved. I said last time that what people eat is what they used to. What animal eats, for in this case, is what they used to use as a bait. As a Rastafari, I am rooted in the Bible, and I look into everything. And I don't go to no pastor to go ask any question. But when I meet pastor, when I ask them question, they shiver because reality they left. As you have your literal, your physical flesh, your body, you have your mind. These are two components. You have to deal with everything. You have to balance them. If you go too much on one side, it becomes bad. So, and that means now, when we check the Bible, which is our thing, is a misconception saying that is a white man thing. Somebody actually said it a while ago that a white man told you. But if you look, because we neglect our own self, we neglect our own self and neglect our story. The oldest version of Bible is written in Ge'ez, Ethiopia. Then the King of Kings translated it again to your language, which is Amharic. When you played the redemption song, when he said, how long shall they kill our prophets? If you look the original video, you will see Marcus Garvey, the designer of our flag. This is your history. This is not mystery. And many of our people don't know it. My brother, IJBC now, come in. Sorry, someone just calling me. So, Many of our people don't know this history. It's our history. Your flag, the designer, is the person that Bob Marley was talking about. And when the man was talking about, he see himself because he's from the tribe of Joseph. According to the 12 tribes of Israel, Rastafari house is from the tribe of Joseph. And as they sold Joseph, that was when he said that they sold him to the merchant chiefs. But at the same time, he's talking about also black people being sold into slavery for 400 years, which is recorded in the Bible. Because of who is going astray, and this thing is fulfilling or not, those curse that was mentioned in the book is fulfilling at once. And the reality of the first time I called Nnamdi Kanu, this is what I was telling him. And if you remember, Nnamdi Kanu said that 10 commandments must be very, very prominent in our law. So now, knowing all these things and how everything is set up, if we go into the book to know, because many people go to church, they don't know the Bible, they just choose the favorite quotation, the one that suits them. They don't try to look everything, like you say, ask every question everything. They don't do it, and that is the problem. If they look into everything, they will really get it to know that that is their story. That is not even a white man thing. And Christ, the description of Christ in the Bible, it is not, both in the Revelation and the book of Daniel, it is not white man. And people, Marcus Garvey, that we're talking about, he wrote the book called The Philosophy and the Opinions of Marcus Garvey. If you check it, he told you that race comes first. You have to study race before you deal with it. If you don't know human race, how can you know God? And now, if you study race, you will understand that you are woolly hair that you see in the Bible, because our people are even using fast hair because they disrespect themselves. This is why you see our people wearing wig that is not looking, and they go to the church, and the picture you see in the Christian church is the picture of Caesar Borgia. That was a murderer who practiced incest, the son of Pope Alexander VI. This is history. And Rome hijacked this thing. It wasn't their thing at all. So, and the story inside there is telling about your story, and people just see it as white man thing, you know. So, and now there was a man called Ned Turner. He's the first revolution in the plantation in America. Americans should know it. He read the Bible, and they were killing our people. It was forbidden for our people to read Bible. Talking about the slave coast, you are from our place, slave coast. They move our people into the Western Hemisphere. So the important thing is to really into everything, check it very well, recognize the root of everything. Like somebody mentioned, the genesis of what you're doing. What is the heavens? What does it mean? Where does our flag come from? What does it mean? Who is this? Where is the root of it? Knowing root of everything. Yes, and seeing the fulfillment of prophecy. They tell people to die to go and see the meaning, but that is not biblical. That is not biblical, because the same Rome who hijacked the same Bible, hijacked Christianity, Roman Catholic, it was our people who were scattered everywhere. They said it's universal. And because Greek language was dominating the world then, that was why they used the Catholic. It means universal. Because some of them were in Syria, some of them were in Ethiopia, some of them were in North Africa, some of them were in Jerusalem, you know. So, and they said there is their universal thing, then Rome hijacked it and put the Rome in front of it. So, if we look into the history, know where we are coming from, where we are going, we will understand also why Rome invaded Ethiopia 2 times, 1894, the first one, and 1935, the second one, when the King of Kings was on the throne there. So, and our people don't even know that somebody was crowned the King of Kings and the light of the world from the line of Judah. Well, our people don't know it, but because we are waiting for Rome to come and teach us. Rome cannot teach us our history. You know, so if you know all these things and know the designer of your flag, how they carried them away, and why this man, King of Kings, was born November 2nd, 1992. It marked exactly 400 years of the slave movement of Christopher Columbus. We call him Christopher Columbus because nobody Columbus or Boxers or whatever. So it marked the end of that thing, and things started happening. And if we look into this thing, the meaning and the understanding and fulfillment of the scripture and the prophecy will start showing up. Because not to die to see it, it is not biblical, because it is not, it is history that fulfill the prophecy. And now this is what we should all get to understand. Talking about those who speak in tongue, because everything is rooted down into linguistics science. So people say when people first spoke in tongue in the Acts of Apostles, people heard that they were speaking their language in Egypt. Some heard from Libya, some heard from different places. But what people are doing are, tongue simply means languages. Because which tongue do you speak? I speak Igbo tongue. Simple. Which tongue do you speak? I speak Italian tongue. Or I speak any other tongue. But people, because we don't take what we are dealing with, I want to thank our sister who call him Star. What is Star? Star means stellar. Simply means that if you any word you say, try to understand what it means. Understand even your own language, as Igbo language. Understand our calendar. We have calendar. Understand the meaning of the words, how we count the weeks, and how we count the issues, and how we count the months and the year. And we have to know this because we abandon all those things, and we are using a Gregorian calendar. Who actually they removed added 7 years to the calendar. You know, so this is why now, if you check in Ethiopia is 7 years behind because of that difference that they make. So if we check all this and you check even the names they give the calendar, Romanizing everybody on earth, Romanizing everybody with the Augustus and the Julius and everything. Only the thing that will give you the key is that when you talk the September is 7th month, then they kept the reason that October is 8th month, November is 9th month, December is 10th month. Then we realize that the January and February, they are not they are not the beginning of the month. For example, how they twisted things. So questioning everything will make us go deeper and understand ourselves. I hope that one of these days we can be doing it with the video, and we'll be presenting historical evidences and presenting it. Let the superior argument that stands win, and it will give us our freedom in every dimension.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And last thing, because of those who run into church, because there is something good in the morality of the church, of course, it is a good thing. This is why they say that my father's house of worship has become the den of thieves. See them stealing in the name of the Lord. I don't want to go further there, but you see people who say Nnamdi Kanu, but they're not even following Nnamdi Kanu. Some say Lord, 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 but they don't even do what the Lord is willing. So, and next time when I have chance, I can tell also testimony that I have with concerning Christianity and other things that when I was ill and nobody could see anything, and they were testing everything. My mom took me to some places. It started with certain churches because I was born in the Catholic, you know. So then those ones, they were not really going into trying to look deeper. Then she took me to other denominations. So they saw something, but they couldn't help me. It goes and comes. And then my mother, after a while, checking a couple of them, she took me to different traditional people. To my surprise, all of them said the same thing. Until I had this something had to make me to leave school, I went to the north. The same thing came again. So an uncle of mine took me somewhere in the jungle, even a nomad, and they said the same thing. That when I know that there is a source that is linking up everything, that makes all of them tell me the same thing. And all these things led me to this, what I'm saying today. Blessed love, Biafrans.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Try to send me that song. That is an old song. I have forgotten who wrote that song, and I would like to play it again. Yes, Stealing in the Name of the Lord.
That is Max Romeo. Max Romeo, stealing in the name of the Lord. Either maybe just stealing or stealing in the name of Lord. So Max Romeo. I will send you a link anyway.
Thank you, my brother. Our Biafran Rastafaria. Yes, we need to give either Akbarawa or Biafran voice. Please, my people, no verse. You've spoken before, but you will have the mic again. Paula Bank, we will come to you definitely, except if they said you should go. But they're our media warriors, our media team. So we give them that special preference. So please don't be mad at me. Biafran voice, you can pick your mic.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to say, you know, I've been listening all this while. Many of us has been lamenting and explaining how they brought religion to us from the land of the so-called swine colors that told you they're white. And many of us are angry, thinking religion is our problem. I must tell you the truth. Religion was not, is not, and is not going to be the problem we are having or we will have. I will tell you one thing. Before these people came to our land, they did not just came, they did not come immediately. They did not come in the same time with this religion or Bible. They came, they studied us, they learned that we love God. As for those of us arguing if there is God, there is God. If our ancestors serve God that live in heaven, there is God. They cannot lie. Now, when they came to our land, they found out that we love God. But before I go on, have you ever bothered to ask yourself, why did they not take Christianity to the other side, to their best favorite children, the terrorists? Did they take religion to them? Or is it that they took the religion there, then the people rejected it? No, they did not take it to them. They did not give us religion. They only came, studied us, see what we do, go back, put it in a book, fixing some lies to distract and confuse and mislead what we do in our worship with our God. Our ancestors worship God. Go meet any man, any old man where you see anywhere in Biafra land. Ask him, how do they worship? How did our forefathers, ancestors worship? Whenever they want to do their worship, they will begin Shukwokike, Ayapotala no Totota, Ekekere Uwa, Narekele, as he is calling Ekekere Uwa, God Almighty that created the heaven and earth. He is lifting his hands, his eyes, his body, his mind up, looking unto God in heaven. So for those of us that think our forefathers were worshiping the devil, as they told us from the Bible, was chased out of heaven, and that the devil is here on the earth. So if our forefathers do not worship the devil, how come they come telling you that they bring religion, or they brought religion of light to you, and you were killing, your fathers were killing twins? Who knows God will not kill twins? Our fathers never worship any deity. They didn't worship evil. These people only, listen, what they do is they don't create anything. They will only come to good man today and look at good man. They will tell you, okay, I discover you from today. You are not good man. You are Michael. That is what they are good at. They came, they changed our name. They gave us different names. If you think I'm lying, go to their land. Go to Britain, for instance. You will search. If you go as your name is Emeka Okeke, they will never pronounce your name the way you want. They will pronounce Emeka Okeke or Ifeanyi Okeke or whatever, Ugono Okeke. They will pronounce it the way it suits them, the way they want. But when you want to call, our foolishness is that when me want to pronounce Michael, I will want to pronounce it exactly the way Mr. Michael of Britain will love it, and they see me as educated fool. We take pleasure in promoting people's desire, strange people's culture, strange people's life, strange people's religion. Our fathers, let me not go too far, but one thing I want us to know, they never brought any religion to us. Just very simple. They did not give them, because it's not something I will just start explaining now under 2 minutes. No. But the point is that these people brought nothing. They discovered nothing. They gave us nothing. Everything you see in our land today, this religion we have, Christian, they only give you the name Christianity. They took the way we worship and put it in a book. The man that put it in a book is a criminal, is an evil man. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. That is why we need to question everything. Nothing should be left out without questioning. When they say you killed your twins, we did not kill our twins. I anakpo ejima from time immemorial. Anakpo ejima. When they come, what they do, they will demonize you and make themselves angels. That is why they had to say, Mary, is it Mary's lesson? He stopped the killing of twins. Who told you? Do you know Mary's lesson? Do you know why they wanted to give her that status? My dear people, if there was anything we actually killed, there were those Siamese twins that there is no help for them. Where head and head join, we don't get that medicine. We don't get the hospital then to separate all those twins. We go join, maybe some go join for bum, some go join for hand, some go join for head. There is no remedy for them at then, and you cannot let them continue to suffer. You let them go. It's natural. You cannot just keep people like that. You will let them go because you don't have any solution for them. So when you kill those type, they will say you kill twins. But we know what they call ejima since. I'm ejima. We must continue, my brother. We are going to question everything and refuse to be demonized.
Thank you. So we're letting those that haven't spoken first. They speak, and then we go back to the previous speakers. Biafra's son, have you spoken? Biafra's son, if you can hear me, unmute yourself. If not, we go to Paul. Paul, if you can hear me, unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, DeForest. Thank you, Master. Good man.
4 minutes, so we have a lot of people waiting. Okay.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna take a lot of time. Every protocol observed. I greet everybody in the house. Master, good man. You're doing a very good job. I thank every one of you for coming to this very space. No, we should question everything. Actually, that's the normal way of life, the way our forefathers have been living right from time. There's something I'm trying to post on the Jumbo train that's in my phone, which I think Lord Macaulay addresses the British Parliament on 2nd February 1835. He said, I have traveled across the length and breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have seen in this country, they are talking about Biafra, such high moral values, people of such caliber that I do not think we could ever conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of the nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore, I propose that we replace her old and ancient education system and culture. For if the Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their selfness, their native culture, and they will become what we want them, when we want them, a truly dominated nation. Am I coming out clear?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I just read from my Lord Macaulay quote in February 1985. So when you talk about religion in Africa, actually, I think that everybody, as far as we are living on this planet Earth, everybody in one way or the other is practicing one religion or the other. It depends on what you believe. But why Christianity begins to, as in, is thriving so much because of the corruption and everything that is going on there. And it's not as if maybe other religion or other cultural, other religions are not corrupt or whatsoever. But I'm just talking specifically in Africa and Nigeria. If you want to trace back, because if we assume that the white men brought Christianity to us in Africa, I am telling you, in the West here in America, they go to church, they're still practicing. But the difference between the way they do it here and the way we do it in Africa is because the government is working. And once a government is working, they are able to regulate everything. I keep saying this thing. Our bishop, our daddy GOs, and everybody, they like to travel to Europe for medical tourism, for everything. They like European things, the way I read it on this quote. Why are they not bringing their headquarters to Europe? Do you know what it means to run a church in Nigeria? It is very, because they do everything with generator and everything and try to power us to make sure, because they knew that at the end of every meeting, they're going to gain that wish they have spent to run that service in one way or the other, in one fraudulent way. So like the way this most of the speakers have spoken, Bible itself is real. Religion, Christianity is good. It all depends on how you understand it, because the system how they are put in place is make everybody not to be able to question. I was a victim of that. But right now, when I'm talking to my people back home, I always tell them that you people are going to church, you people are worshiping pastors. You are not worshiping God. You are worshiping your pastor. Because with what I have seen, the difference I have seen now, you people are worshiping your pastor, not God that in heaven. Because you can see, oh, daddy, oh, mommy, oh, this person, oh, I keep wanting, but this is not how it is. This is not how it is in Europe, in America. Because these people then forget the fact that maybe things are shifting. Majority of them are shifting. Majority of the nation, like America, what makes America the most powerful nation on earth? It's because of our Christianity value. If today they are killing in Nigeria now, they'll say, oh, America, you people are practicing religion, well, come to our aid. But all of this, but today they are shifting because these people build their laws, their moral values on this Bible. But now that they are deviating, they are taking the 10 commandments out of their nation. You see what is befalling them. So I will not come here to because the topic of religion, Christianity, and every other religion, it is very broad. Just like the way Sister Stella said, Christianity is it all depends what you believe. It's a personal race. Nobody's trying to impose it. There are so many errors that is going on in the body of Christ, in the body of Christ. But when you read the Bible by yourself and you understand it, I am telling you, people like us, we are not surprised seeing all these things happening. Even if we say we want to go back to our deity, to serve our this, our that, even our chief priests, our native doctors, and whatever they be, they are not telling the truth. Gone are those days when the priests come out from the shrine, the whole community is shaking. But today, who cares? Nobody respect the native doctor anymore. The mouthpiece, who respect? Nobody. They don't respect because they are also corrupt. So this thing you see today is not happening. It's not either. The thing has been there. We see the thing is there. If you read the Bible, you know that all these things happen. So we don't need to be surprised about it. But we should hold on to what we believe. It is good to question. And my point I'm trying to make here is just that why all of these things thriving in Africa, it is because the laws are not working. Government are not regulating this thing. In UK, was it last year or so? A pastor, I think it should be a Nigerian guy, sold a sticker. This sticker that they sold in Africa, they use it to make money. Sold sticker in Camberwell in London. They arrested him. They sentenced him to prison. Sticker that the DO will tell you, put it on your motor, put it on your this, blah, blah, blah. They arrested him. So when the government is working, laws are working, our daddy GOs, they will not be thriving. Of recent, I was thinking about how this church going on in Nigeria, this thing. I just noticed that our pastors, they are all self-employed. They don't have any job they do. So they are self-employed. I keep saying this thing, they cannot catch them, they can't catch them in politics. So they will milk them dry in the church. Every campaign season, they will go there and campaign because they are all friends together. Nobody, if you speak, Paul and Nature try to speak today, how is it? They silence him because he has also eaten from them. So these are the things that is happening. Government is not working. They cannot come to, if you begin to know that why is our pastors cannot come to Europe that they love so much, and open headquarters. But they are doing it in Nigeria because that is the only way they thrive. Here, you're going to pay your bills, you pay everything, every money that comes in, the government will regulate it. So that is the reason why things like that is not thriving. So my brothers and sisters, religion, everybody has his own way to believe it. It depends on, I cannot say this one is bad, this one is not bad. But if you see, if it comes to Islam as well, you see Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, all of these countries, they are all Islamic nations. They are doing well, living. If you mingle with them, you see they are very peaceful, very lovely. But why our own in Nigeria is always like that? It becomes for a thing of war. They bring Christian the same thing. Even our native doctor, the same thing. Yeah, people practice whatever they want to practice, and they are still living okay. They are coexisting, living very well. But the thing is just that our mindset and the way the government is run, everybody can do whatever they want and go with it. The laws are not working, and that's the reason why all of these people, they are thriving, and they will continue to thrive until we break out of these shackles and redefine our life to our moral value, go back to our cultural, the way we do things. I don't think Nigeria is not going to be better until when Biafra come. All of this thing, it is good that we are questioning this thing. When Biafra comes, we're going to see it and we're going to do things differently. I keep saying this thing that there is something these people need.
Paul, your mic is having issues.
No.
Our brother from the Goja province.
Yeah, I'm sorry, call was coming. Are you the mic there? Thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I wish you could greet your people from the Goja province in our Goja language. Yes. Whenever you come, I will always like you do that. It gives us joy. It strengthens us. Go ahead and talk to your people in the Goja language. Tell them to question everything questionable. Very important. Paul, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. I saw my brother Joseph. He spoke the last time. I understand he's coming from, I think should be, I don't think Bekwara or Budugas is all those area. I think so, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was hearing speaking, but I came from Buki actually. But the Buki internet so was right. Iji and Bible ne saying it so boya ne neto ya ibina okie na the evidence okie kwasi cha ko ne Bible ko ne jausi wa ko eko ne adanye be eko ne internet la so was ranege Biafra chicha larity bianka wa achi Biafra biaba ni igbu ashiti egba emwane abo onula mo sene be bele bani krala aba nyaibe aba chiebe kwe kwa na ebe biba ni ibu mbembo eba ni etretie chimbe bia na tie ne intani lagba so drane are you the mic Mazi good man.
Yes, that's the way to go. Thank you, my brother, Mr. Paul.
Even your native doctor will understand that you're the one speaking from Ogoja.
Oh.
Yes, of course, they do.
Mazi,
When
I want
brother
to say
Joseph
something
spoke
before.
last time, I noticed his him.
I want to say something before he goes.
Okay. Go ahead, Joe.
Say something.
So I wanted to say something here so that he can confirm it himself because he just confirmed it from Burkina. And I want to say something. If I'm lying, he should quote me wrong. There is this palm fruit plantation that in most of the places, especially in Okonde, by the Okonde market, and even some places in Boki precisely, that they were planted. If you ask the history, they will tell you they were planted during the Biafran War, within the 3 years of the Biafran War. So to tell you, because it pains me when some people say that the Igbos will dominate. If some people will have this idea to plant all this, do all this plantation for future harvest and future purposes, so what gives you the impression that they are here, they are there or here to dominate? So if I'm wrong with that, he should confirm it.
No, what you just say is absolutely true, absolutely correct.
Joseph, you don't need to go far on that. That has been the seed of discord planted by the zoo and the colonial masters. That's why they took history away from your schools. Now, you should have asked them one question. How come General Achibong was fighting for Biafra? How come General Philip Effiong was fighting for Biafra? How come Major Orok was fighting for Biafra? How come Major Ekandem was fighting for Biafra? Nzoku Kaduna was from where? No be Delta.
Okoko named themselves.
Okay. Okokondem, who was the mouthpiece of the gods of Biafra on Radio Biafra, was from where? Now, let us come back to where were you before they later came to separate you to become Akwa Ibom, separate state, Cross River, separate state, Delta, separate state, Equator that you have today, Port Harcourt, separate states. Where were all of you before? Do you people remember that all this creation of new states was done under the watch of Gowon? And that was in 67. Inside the war, they were able to divide them and rule them and conquer them. Because when you divide them, you now make them to be seeing themselves to be ethnocentric. This one will say, I am better off this one. This one will say, I'm better off this one. This one also will come and look at this one as an enemy and say, oh, this one should not double cross to come and take my oil and gas in my own land. So these are methods of warfare that were introduced to be able to conquer your mindset. So putting emphasis on it is like gaining more awareness for them. It's just to make our people understand that they should only ask their grandparents one question. Where were you during the Biafran War? Which side were you when the Biafran War was ongoing? Ask your grandparents what was happening in Ikot.
Let me just say something about that, yeah. I was posting something on my timeline on WhatsApp. There is this guy that is a prison service. He always attack me. I asked him, how old are you? He told me, go to, he's in Ogoja. Look for the elderly person in Ogoja that is up to 63 years. Ask him, where were they before they divide them? From that day, and I sent him that short video of Madam Arewa. When he listened to that video, his mindset changed. He said, bro, I need to follow you argue again. I beg. We now dey for service. We know if they talk. But anything they do, we ourselves we don't tire. So these people, they know the truth. They cannot speak for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Some of them may not know the truth because I have seen someone from America that says he's 55 years old. And it was the day that Uju Anya was speaking on one TV station about Biafra and educating them of what happened. The man said, this is my first time to hear that there was something like a genocide on the Biafran people. This is a man of 55 years. So all these things are hidden from the children of even the colonial masters that came to colonize us and to kill us because of our oil and gas. So I need not hold it against even the ones in Biafra land that are in their early 50s and 45. Most of these important history write-ups have been taken out of their curriculums in school, so they don't have a clue of it. That is why. So we will continue to educate them. So I don't hold it against them. Let us not be deviated from what we were doing, because some people are like narrowing the topic to religion is good or religion is not good, or God is there or God is not there, or Jesus exists or Jesus does not exist, or church is good or church is not good. No, that is not our point. Our point of context was that religion was used as a tool and is being used as a tool by our colonial masters to subjugate us and to put us in bondage. That is why we conclude that it is a problem. Now, some people just joined us and they have not been with us since the very beginning. And now we have about 113. Please follow everyone that you have in this space and share this tweet. Let us read the letter again so that people that just joined will also have a clue of what led us into the conversation. and they will understand where they will have to come in. A letter from King Leopold.
Thank you. Read it or read it. Very important.
In 1883. Yeah, in 1883. This is a letter that was sent and given to the missionaries that were to bring Christian religion to come and preach to us in Africa. So you just listen to this, and then when you are giving your comments, you will extract every information here that you need. The letter goes like this. Reverence, this is 1883. Oh, Reverence, fathers and dear compatriots, the task that is given to fulfill is very delicate and requires much tact. You will go certainly to evangelize. This is Africa. They are sending them to come to Africa. But your evangelization must inspire above all Belgium interests. Do you hear them? Now, the interest of the West, it must be for the interest of the West, the evangelization. Using the name of what? Christian religion must be for the interest of the West. The same thing that you see here, which the Belgium missionaries was told to do, is the same thing that of the US and the UK and others were sent to come and do, because it is all about their interest. Your principal objective in our mission in the Congo is never to teach the niggers to know God. Now the Yeram, this is to Africans. These, they know already. So they say that you, Africans, already knew God already. That you already have your G. You already know about Chukwu Okike Abiyama. You already know everything that God hates and God likes. So they speak and submit to a Mungu, one Nzambi, one Nzakomba, and what else I don't know. Now, those names that I just called now, presumably were the gods of their land, which they call those names. They say the people of Africa go with their ethics with these names of their gods, and they are talking to their Chukwu Okike, and is listening to them, and they are doing extremely well. Now they say, they know that to kill, to sleep with someone else's wife, to lie, and to insult is bad. Do you get the point? This is how the knowledge of Africans were. But the whites understood that we were very good. Now, have courage to admit that you are not going to teach them what they already know. Your essential role is to facilitate the tasks of administrators and industrials. Now, the Yeram, you are to go and facilitate the tasks of administrators and industrials. That is Africa. This is what they are sending them to come and be. Administrators and industrials. That is the task that they have to come and do in Africa. And it is happening today. Now,
to make their work easy, to make their task, the colonialists and the administrators, to make their job easier. That is the job. That is, they don't need to preach. They need to preach to them in such a way that to govern the people will become easy for them, right?
Yes, yes.
Good.
Which means you will go to interpret the gospel in the way it will be the best to protect your interests of the West in that part of the world of Africa. Now, for these things, you have to keep watch on disinteresting our savages from the richness that is plenty in their underground, to avoid that they get interested in it and make you murderers. Competition and dream one day to overthrow you. This is the mindset that they have never wanted you to know about what their resources and what interests them most in your land that they are coming to pick every day, which you will not come to understand tomorrow and then wake up to fight to conquer it, just like what Biafran people are doing today. Coming to the understanding of how and the reason why the colonial masters came and why we must fight to liberate ourselves. Martin Nnamdi Kanu says, we are not fighting for Biafra to lord it on anybody, but we are fighting for something that we already had before the white man came. which they came and blindfolded us. So now they were telling the missionaries, teach them in a way and keep watch. Do not allow their interest to be on that riches and everything that is underground, which we are coming to come and pick. Let their mind be closed. Let them not know anything about it. Because we fear that tomorrow they will come to overthrow when they come to the knowledge of what is embedded in their land. And this is what Biafra are fighting today. Your knowledge of the gospel will allow you to find text, ordering, and encouraging your followers to love poverty. Hey, like, happier are the poor because they will inherit the heaven, and it is difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of God. These are what the white swines were telling their missionaries to come and do. That to teach you that it is happy you become a poor man because you will inherit heaven. Whereas them in the West,
inherit your land?
In the West, they are not praying to inherit heaven and become poor. Yeah, them, they want to be rich here on this earth. But your own is to go and be rich in heaven. Remain poor here. So they want you to be imbibing your brains on this portion of the Bible. This is what they say. Teach them. Let this one sink into their brains. Then let them understand that it is difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of God. But yet, they are the rich. So they say, go and emphasize this part of the Bible to Africans so that they will forget about that side and then focus on being poor so that they will go to heaven. When I hear them, where am I? Okay, now, you have to detach from them and make them disrespect everything which gives courage to affront us. Now, the Yeram, okay, anything that will give you courage to go and affront the West, they say they should make sure they don't allow you to know about it, which has to do with your history.
Akbarawa, you see the method. They are very methodological. You know, they make sure they subdue your mind first, and then they can now subdue you. You see, people say these people no come together. They say they come separately. You know, say they don't already discuss before one go. The missionary came first, like some of our brethren will say, that the missionaries came first before the colonialists. Yes, now, they have to come first and subdue your mind before the people that will put you in chains will come. Go ahead, Abrawa.
It is quite disheartening that some people had to be the one to come and prepare the way, just like you had a John the Baptist come to prepare the way, while another set will come to continue. So the missionaries, their work was this. And after they finished this work, where you see so, the main ones now started, which is happening till today. Let me continue. I make reference to their mystic system and their war fetish, warfare protection.
Read the other line. Read the previous line, then conjoin with this one. That's all. Make we get and food.
Okay, let me go back again. They said, your knowledge of the gospel will allow you to find text ordering and encouraging your followers to love poverty. Like, happier are the poor because they will inherit the heaven. It is very difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of God. You have to detach from them and make them disrespect everything which gives courage to affront us. I make reference to their mystic system and their war fetish warfare protection. You see, every traditional protection that you use during your warfare, they say they should make sure they use their Christian religion to dominate it so that you will now see it now to become fetish. You now see it now to become devilish. Oh my God. Oh. Which they pretend not to want to abandon. And you must do everything in your power to make it disappear. What are they talking about? They are talking about your warfare protection, which you use in time of war to protect yourself. All those things that our native doctors do for us before we go out to go and fight, to prepare our body to cook us. The West are not in cognizance with it. They hate it because when we cook ourselves, we use it to protect ourselves. They say they should use Christian religion to brainwash your mind so that you will reject it, so that they can be able now to enter you. Your action will be directed essentially to the younger ones, the younger minds, which is UI, teaching you from kindergarten, where they will start by telling you Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Number, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job. But in the West,
Sonny.
they are teaching them how to encode and decode computer languages.
Sonny, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go on.
Hold on. Hey, good man, can you do me a favor?
Honestly,
Make
Sonny Aparawa,
Americano the co-host, because I'm having problem. It will
almightiness,
okay.
I must tell you.
Okay, you say you're having problem?
Yeah, make Americano the co-host while I get everything ready. Okay.
All right.
Continue, Sonny.
Good man, I'm not having a problem.
You say? Who is speaking?
Can you hear me?
Your voice is low.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. What are you saying?
Okay. I was responding to what Sonny Aparawa just read, the last paragraph, where they said that they should make sure they convert this information into the younger ones.
Yes. Catch them young.
That is why you see, catch them young. You know, in SCM, when you come to Anglican Church, the motto is catch them young for Christ. Catch them young for Christ.
Okay.
But now I'm beginning to understand it in the real sense. That is, catch them young, not to reason.
Thank you.
You see, they wrote that you should teach them not to revolt. They should see that when you're weeping, that the kingdom of heaven is meant for you.
Thank you.
Because you're weeping. And there's a place in the book of Psalm where they said that the weeping may endure but for a night, but the shout of joy comes in the morning. Are you getting me? So these people have trained us, but in the Western world, more especially in China, because I've taken my time to look at these countries that also accept civilization, like China. China accepted civilization and still keep their culture and their tradition, and they are doing very well today.
Okay.
They are teaching their children. Most of the toys that our children are using today are made in China. Small children in China produce them, make those toys. But our own children only know how to spell ABCD, but could not make use of that alphabet, make use of it as a bringing something, inventing something through what they have been taught in the school.
And do you know, children are the most curious people. That is the best time to use their curiosity and bring out things.
That time that their brain, that is why they said catch them young for these British people. Are you getting me? When their brain are still collecting information, you know, many of us that are now old, we are formatting some informations to put more information into our body system, into our brain. But these people, they don't have anything in their brain. Their brain is still very much empty, looking for informations to decode in it. And the only information we are feeding them with is that you will make heaven. You don't need to have anything here. But those people that is telling you that you will make heaven and you don't need to have anything here, they have their eyes fixated in the oil. Remember, he said, Osani Aparawa read, he said that they should make us not to value what we have underneath us. Are you getting me? That is why today you're working on the pipeline that billions of barrels of crude are passing through to go to Britain on daily basis. But you are suffering without even complaining. without getting agitated, that this can be happening, that your land, your father kept everything for you, but you are the most poorest of a head person in this planet Earth, that this can be. Instead of this to be that everything will go on flame, then they will know that really human beings have started crippling into these zombies that we have created in Africa. So these people clone us to be zombies. They didn't want us to be human because humans react to pains and humans have feelings. Honestly, it's very disheartening. Very, very disheartening what these people has done to many of us. But thank God for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Every one of us, everybody on African soil that is not praying for this young man, heaven will punish you. I'm telling you. If not for this man, I will not be reasoning the way I'm reasoning today. I will not know that actually I'm a human. I will not know that actually I can as well do more than even what the white people are doing. These people that call themselves white. I will not understand that I'm actually the original being created by God. That these people are extraction from us. They extracted them from our gene. That deep down in their DNA, it will trace back to black because we are the ones that give birth to them. So thank you, my brother. Thank you, Sonia Barawa, for that wonderful addition.
I never finish.
Go on. Akparawa, go on. We know, as they go, they explain them well. They take them small. Go on.
Okay.
It is very good. 18 what? What is the time? They wrote that message.
1883. 1883.
Good.
18th century. Just from few years before you enter 19th century.
Okay.
That is far back before the gospel came into Africa. That is way back before the gospel came into Africa.
So they had a structure.
All right.
Go on.
Your action will be directed essentially to the younger ones. The younger ones. Let us look at Kamsi. Kamsi now came out and had a blessed and a visionary mindset. And now they went to go and target Kamsi. So that visionary mindset that he has will be killed and destroyed. This is why they say, target essentially the younger ones, so that as they're growing up, their mindset will not be poisoned with their own ethics. When they line up all the young men of Kamsi's age during the massacre, the genocide of 66 to 70s, under the command of Taiwo, Major General Taiwo, that they said, fire all of them. Fire all of them. Children of from 3 upward that were male, they lined them all up and then they fired them. They knew why they did it. They did it because it was the instruction of what? Britain, that you must fire them, because if you allow them to stand, they will come to be the Simon Ekpa of today. They will come to be the good man of today. They will come to be the Ifeanyi of today. They will come to be the Davichi of today. They will come to be the Emeka of today. They will come to be the Nwaibu of today. They will come to be of 247 of today. They will come to be the Obi of Biafra today. They will come to be the Nnamdi Kanu of today. So when they said, your action will be directed essentially to the younger ones, so that when they get the younger brains, instead of you to be thinking of how to decode a computer programming language, you will be encoding Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Number, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth. From Genesis, you decode till you get to Revelation of the Bible. But you cannot decode what they will even ask a child in a secondary school or university, what is computer language? What is the generally acceptable computer language in the world? You know, go no. You have not been taught of that one. This technology age. But if they ask you, where in the Bible can you find thou shalt not kill your neighbor? You will know where it is. You see? But in their own children, that is not what they put in their brains. For they want to revolt when the recommendation of the priest is contradictory to the apparent teachings. Now, I ask all of you, anything where they talk for church to our children, will the one where mama and papa talk for house supersede their decision? Why didn't they teach them for church, where they use Bible take teach them? And that one ain't go sing to their head. But the one where papa and mama go tell them for house, he go enter the left ear, come out from the other side. But the one where they teach them for Sunday school class, using the Bible, which they have made it to be the brainwash circle, that one go enter, go sing for their brain. These are the instructions that we get.
Sonny, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, bro.
So when they brought the Bible, were there any other books that they had in their own country? Just like, for instance, I'm reading of a man, and I've read many of his works, called William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare was born in the year 1564. William Shakespeare is probably one of the most famous English playwrights in the entire world. He's written many books, many plays, and just going by the date 1564 that he was born and died in 1616, is it that his books were not available to be translated into Igbo? Was the Bible the only book that they had to translate into Igbo that they bring? Do you know of any other books that they came with that they translated into native languages? Do you know of any other books that they came with?
Americano. I could hit my chest and tell you that those that had to do with opening our mindset were not allowed to come to Africa. Because the one that I can remember of Shakespeare now, which I read recently, is Julius Caesar. I read Julius Caesar. And I've read many other books. Like this one now that you said that should have opened the mindset of Africans. This one was not allowed to come to Africa.
Mazi Sonny, sorry, Mazi. The madman no even tell you better. The madman
Okay.
for tell you, say, till today, till now that we are here discussing, they have never translated any science book or what, no, nothing. They have never translated nothing other than Bible. Only Bible.
God bless you, sir. You people can see how bad it is. And I love it that Americano is here, so that when we are wrong, he will correct us. Because he is from the Western descent. He grows up there. He took his feeding bottle there. He do everything there before he becomes a man here now that he is. So he is a very good model for us to use to compare and contrast. If what we are reading here is what they are doing to him there, compared to what is being done to us here, and what was brought to us here in Africa. So the reading continues. The children have to learn to obey what the missionary recommends, who is the father of their soul. The missionary.
Mazi, read them again. Read them again. Your voice break. Read them again.
Okay.
Not gonna let you go on the laugh.
Let me go again. Can everyone hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
Okay. They said the children have to learn to obey what the missionary recommends, who in turn is the father of their soul. This is how they portray the missionary and their ethics and their teachings, so that you will take that one to be the final say. You will take the Christian religion to be the final say. Whatever the pastor will talk in the church, you take that one to be final say. While
now him be father now. Now him be father of our soul.
Now so, while the freedom fighters are telling you, wake up, wake up, wake up, join Biafra, join Oduduwa, face your freedom. Pastor for church will tell you, no, continue to pray, Nigeria will be better again. Continue to pray, Nigeria will be better again. So you go take the one where pastor they talk for pulpit. Whereas you are dying every day, they are killing you. As it was time for election, all the pastors and bishops, they said, go and vote, oh, go and vote, go and vote. Today, All the voting that you went to do, it has rebounded back on you. And you did not see those pastors come alongside with you to go and cast their vote. They only told you to go and vote, and then they sat down to watch on the television. When I listened to, was it Ayodebo or Adeboye, he said, have you seen how they carry out campaign? He said, I watch it from the television. He said they do the campaign simultaneously because they use the same talks that they hire to do this one and they use it to do the other one. So he is actually telling you that he sits down to watch his own from the television, but he does not go to the campaign ground. But he will preach to you to go to the campaign ground to go and cast your vote and make Nigeria to become a better place. So when you go and die, he watches you from the television. He will still come back again to come and preach and say, what God has given, he has taken, let it go, we continue to pray. You see it? Because they have already put this thing in line, that what your father, your pastor, your bishop will say in the church is what you must take because it is the father of your soul. Now, we continue. You must singularly insist on their total submission and obedience. Avoid developing the spirit in the schools. Teach students to read and not to reason. When they said you must singularly insist on their total submission and obedience, this is your total submission to the Holy Spirit. This is your total submission to the Bible. This is your total submission to the church. This is your total submission to the ethics of the church. Whatever the church say, you will do it and you will obey. You will be in obeisance to it. You will go everything.
Sonny,
in
please
line
read that
with
place
whatever they
back
say in the
again.
church.
Please read that place back again. That
Okay.
place, not to reason and to read.
Okay. You must singularly insist on their total submission and obedience. Avoid developing the spirit in the schools. Teach students to read and not to reason. Teach students to read. In Europe, in UK, pupils. I'm not talking of students, I mean pupils from kindergarten and nursery classes. They teach them how to reason. They reason how a chemical reaction can come to be, how an atom is gotten, and how a molecule is generated, how electrons run from one polarity to another. But in Nigerian schools, they say, teach us how to read, but do not teach us how to reason. That is why some of you, when you even went to school and finished, you did not carry out any chemical reaction in your laboratories in schools. You don't even know how electrons migrate inside a chemical reaction, how it moves from a zinc polarity to a copper polarity. You don't know because they only draw everything on the board for you. You see it. Have you carried out any experiment? No. Teach them to read and not to reason. And not to reason about their future and their life and their freedom. But teach them everything that is on the paper. Let them just read. Continue to read, then come and do copy and paste. Okay. We go on. Petroid and some of the principles that you must apply. You will find many other books which will be given to you at the end of this conference. Evangelize the niggers. See the way they call you? Evangelize the niggers. The niggers. Evangelize
the other
the
time
niggers.
they called us salvages. The salvages. Now na nigger.
Evangelize the niggers so
now,
that
missionary.
they stay forever in submission. Evangelize the niggers so that they stay forever in submission to the white colonialists. Evangelize the niggers so that they stay forever in submission to the white colonialists. Now the year, this is the work of the was brought, evangelizing submission to the white colonialist. So that when you wake up now to fight for freedom, why will you be fighting Christianity? Why will you be talking against the Bible? because
Sonny,
they have
your mic
brainwashed
break.
us from beginning to the end. Hey,
Sonny, your mic break. Start from
my
that.
mic
This
break.
is the work of. This is the work of. Start from there. You no one miss anything.
Okay. Don't miss anything. You will find many other books which will be given to you at the end of this conference. Evangelize the niggers so that they stay forever in submission to the white colonialists. Evangelize the niggers so that they stay forever in submission to the white colonialists. So
Sonny?
they never revolt
Sonny?
against the restraints they are undergoing. Recite every day, happy are those who are weeping because the kingdom of God is for them. This is where they say they should recite every day. Happy are those who are weeping because the kingdom of God is for them. Hey! Hello, Mero.
Sonny, I wanted you to pause at that place where you said they should recite this to the niggers. You know, when Mazen Namdekano told you that the original name of Nigeria is Nigger area, that Nigeria is just for you to feel as if you are actually living in a country. The original name is Nigger area, which means black area, where darkness is covering. You know, there's one prophecy that there's one revelation that our leader gave to us when he was here with us, though he's very much here with us. He said that these people from the time immemorial find out, because he said in that program that these people also goes in spirit, that they are also spiritual people, that they saw that there's a light that will rise from Africa. But they had take their time to research which part of Africa is this light coming from. But the thing is leading them down to Biafra side. Are you getting this other country, African country they call a Niger. I don't know the original name before now. They call that one Niger. It's not enough for them. They now come to Nigeria, set up their company, which is Royal Niger Company, along the line, Farashaw, which is the girlfriend to look at, give Nigeria, Nigeria, the name Nigeria today that they are bearing. So that all these things is to use this darkness to cover whatever light that will come from Africa. That they don't need any light that will be coming from Africa. That is why they use that name darkness. Because if you want to kill, our people used to say, if you want to kill a dog, you call that dog a bad name. And every man, your name, speak volume of whatever your destiny or your future will look like. A name has a lot to do with a man's life. That's why they give us that name. So everything that God has deposited in us will never manifest. That's why no matter how you try as a Biafran, as anybody, so long as you're living in the soil of Nigeria, your destiny, your potential will never manifest. Until you leave this place to Europe, to US, to all these places, you will see the potential that is embedded in you. But many of us are not asking these questions. Why is it that we cannot manifest in Africa? But not until we leave the shore of Africa. Because the Berlin Conference, they made it so that Africa, they will keep it undeveloped because of the light of the rising sun that they saw. But they're never going to stop it. Thank you so much.
So one thing that I wanted to add is by the time they got to our land, these people had really perfected their conquest, in terms of religious conquest. Many people today in Nigeria, they'll talk about jihad. In fact, we had an earlier speaker, one of our sisters mentioned, jihadist people cutting people's head off. The word for jihad in the Christian realm is crusade. The Crusades lasted from the year 718 to 1500. So well over 700 years, the Christian world had initiated, supported, and really propagated wars, religious wars, where they went around in Northern Europe, even in places like Spain, and killed people who they considered as pagans, Muslims, anybody who wasn't under the Christian faith. So, people who are talking about jihad today should really do themselves a service and look into what the Crusades were. The Crusades were a religious war initiated by the Christian world. And so by the time they got to Africa, they had really perfected what I think is the highest level of emotional blackmail that you can do. Because if you listen to what Sonny was reading, he said that these people saw us already knowing that we had morals, knowing that we knew who God was, knowing that we knew right from wrong. And the highest form of emotional blackmail is what they're doing now. They know that, the story of Jesus is a story of someone who's a good person. You can't read the story of Jesus and hate Jesus. It would be kind of crazy to read what the story of Jesus or the life of Jesus and start hating Jesus. So what they knew was that if they introduced a doctrine, a religious doctrine, while at the same time removing morality, removing real spirituality, they knew that you'll find it very, very, very difficult to fight what you already had within yourself, which is a strong moral foundation, which is a strong spiritual foundation. That's why many people today that are listening to, maybe many Christians that may be listening to this, may be thinking, why are these people talking down on Christianity? We're not talking down on Christianity. We're talking down on the process in which Christianity, or this quote unquote religion, was given to you. It was given to you through brutality. In fact, it's the exact same thing that people who are running around screaming jihad are doing. They're giving you a religious doctrine. 1 or 2 generations later, you're like, oh, I'm glad to be a Christian. Are you really glad to be a Christian when you look at the history and know for the past 2,000 years the Crusades were happening, killing people that were happy with their spiritual beliefs, killing people that are happy with their moral beliefs? It's not the Jesus that was doing it. It's the people who were in power. It's the people who controlled the religious doctrine. It's the people that had the ability to infiltrate the church, infiltrate that sort of spiritual teaching. Those are the people who have used these practices for many, 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 many years to mentally enslave people. And what's going on now, and I'll say it again, it's the highest form of emotional blackmail. Because they will say that if you're listening to someone talking against Christianity, you're talking against morality, you're talking against Jesus. Oh, you're satanic, because they know you're going to have that natural reaction to protect something that you hold dear, protect that morality that you hold dear. But where did that morality come from? Did it come from people who were killing your ancestors, or did you already have it? So please think about that. I really love what you guys are doing today.
Please, can I say something, please?
Who is that?
Hello?
Who?
Yeah,
Weibo.
Yeah.
Weibo, you've spoken before. I will give you 2 minutes.
All right. So I think
Good man. Obi have been here since I don't know if
Oh, Obi. Weibo, wait, make we hear from Obi. Please, let our ladies speak. We like hearing from them too. We'll come back to you, please. Don't be mad. Obi, go ahead and meet yourself. I know one your ma is here too. I hope now one you'll not be worker, make it be one your mouth. Obi, unmute yourself if you're still there. Okay. One your ma, are you there? Okay. They are not close to their phone. So,
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
All right.
Good afternoon, my people. My people. I love you all.
Love you too.
I love every one of you. Honestly, the works you guys are doing is fantastic. Coming to this letter you are reading, Sonny. I read this letter sometime last year. After reading that letter, I said, this is exactly wayo. This thing we are suffering now, this is how everything started. And the thing is, I believe in God. I am a Christian. But since I read that letter, honestly, I changed my method of Christianity. I will not lie to you. because everything they wrote there is what is happening. There was a place they wrote and said, don't call the niggers to come and eat in your house, even if they are giving you chicken every day. I could remember in my state that time, Reverend fathers, they come to our houses, and when they come, you will give them a gift, fruit, chicken, everything. So they inherited from the the white people that came. Eh? I am a Roman Catholic. So I thank God that this generation have started asking questions. They have started putting one and one together. They have started using their head to reason. All these things, are they true? Eh? The thing that is most painful is they demonize everything that we have. I could remember when I was home, there is this thing that my people used to do. We call it ONC. The elders of a family will come. The ladies that married, they will come. When you are coming, you bring one fowl, one yam. When it is your turn, you will come and kneel down. The man will pray for you, pray for all your generations, that you will be, pray for everybody. He will use the fowl and wave at your head. He will do it 3 times. Before he starts, he will call God in heaven, showing you that we know God. We know God before every other thing. He will call God in heaven. He will call your ancestors. He will call the 4 market days. He will pray for you. He will kill it. You will go and cook and bring it out. Everybody will eat. So they demonized everything we are doing before and gave us a new one. And that new one they gave us, they adulterated it. So I am not here to talk about Christianity or church or anything, but this topic you guys raised today, it is very good. Let us ask questions. Let us ask questions. So that's one apart. I still want to say something. Please, this sit at home that is going to come in a short while in Lagos State. In fact, if every of us should think this is God's work in action. This is God's work in action. If our Biafrans are people that are united, I still say it, this thing that happened in Lagos is enough for us to break away by force. Because nobody is going to ask you, why are you going? When you cannot choose the person that can rule you in a country you called your own, what are you waiting for again? What are you waiting for? When you are killed because you come to choose the person that will rule you, and they tell you, go back to where you are coming from. That summarizes everything. We are ready to go, but we are holding ourselves back. Our leader said, God said, I have given you Biafra, go and get it. We are too sluggish to get it. We are too sluggish. Everything they kill us. Everything they kill us. Simon Ekpa was doing a program yesterday. When he started to show that thing, I switched off my phone because I don't want to cry no more. I don't want to cry no more. Like I used to say, my father is a politician in Anambra State. He was with Peter Obi. But since I know that Nigeria will not work for me and my children and my generation, I abandoned him. He has his life to live. I have my own. My people, this sit at home in Lagos is a very good opportunity for us. It is a very good opportunity. Let us tell Lagos State and Nigeria that we Igbos, we are the salt of Nigeria. We are the salt of Nigeria. Since they have taken us away since 2015, this regime came over. No Igbo man is anywhere to be seen in the affairs of Nigeria. They are now everybody is testing it, how tasteless that country is. Igbos, Biafrans are the salt of Nigeria. Kill 20 cows, bring your maggi, bring your salt, bring your no. If you did not add a pinch of salt, you are cooking rubbish. Let us put down Lagos State so that they will know that they own it. Nobody is fighting that with them. But that there is Lagos standing today is from us. And the people will be thinking, I'm Edo, I'm this woman. Look, to a Yoruba man, if you are not Hausa, you are Igbo. To an Hausa man, if you are not a Yoruba man, you are Igbo. Let us obey this sit at home. I'm using God to beg all of you. Oruona n'omume ndị be anyị. Ihe agba n'aka aha eji enyo elie. Oruona n'omume onye agba n'ọsọ. The Bible said, if you put your hand on the plough, don't look back. Let us stop looking back. God has given us every opportunity. This is our last opportunity to cripple Nigeria, to bring it down. After Lagos, we shift. After Lagos, Kano, Kaka, everywhere. Let us bring that country down. They have insulted us enough. They have neglected us enough. Everybody that is leaving their place, everybody should wake up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In fact, you were Karaka. Why I like people, the thing that makes me like people is when you have an open mind. In any forum you find yourself, in any gathering you find yourself, just have an open mind, because that is who I am. The only thing I know is that I know nothing. And if I see a higher argument, it helps me drop the one I thought was superior and then pick the higher one. That is how to grow. That is how to better your life. You can't be dogmatic with things you have never questioned before. You just can't be dogmatic with it. You just need to be flexible. Open up your mind and listen. Even that scripture, the scripture said, be slow to speak and quick to listen. You can't be too fast. You want to express it how it's just there when you have not really listened. Maybe there is a higher argument. Why can't you just listen? We must continue. Akparawa, are you still there?
Good man.
Yes.
Yeah, can I just say something before I leave? It's late here, man. So,
I know when we put the.
Okay, sorry, Akbarawa, make a Mwibo give him 2 minutes of submission quickly before he leave. Just 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Good man. Thank you. I just want to reiterate what I've said before here. Our people because of this topic, it's very important also that we bring more of this. Our people are suffering from Stockholm syndrome. You know, most of the time we mention this Stockholm syndrome. We don't know, most of us don't know the origin of it. In 1973, in Stockholm, Sweden, four people were held hostage by a group of armed robbers in a bank for 6 days. After they were rescued, the hostages started advocating and falling in love with their adopters. And that is what is happening to our people. The program that was given to us in the name of Christianity is killing us, whether we choose to agree with it or not, whether we choose to fall in love with our oppressors. Good and fine. The information that we pass here, it is up to you what you use it to do. All of us here are very matured enough, but it's just like what the good man has been saying here. Question everything. Question everything. Our people has to grow to the level that we have to be thinking. A woman came here a while ago and said that they discovered Ark in Israel. I want to tell our people, the people who brought this programming, they don't just bring it. After they have brought it, they taught their own children to maintain it. They taught their own children to maintain it. There was no Ark discovered anywhere in Israel. All the archaeological exploit that has been done in the Middle East, in Israel, part of Asia, been sponsored by Vatican, and the main purpose is for them to dig up something and name it anything they want to name it, in order for you to keep on in the programming that they have structured for you. Their fathers did this programming, but their fathers taught them to keep you still there, because if they refuse to do that, you will get free from it. The same way they came to our land, in Igbo land, in Anambra, in Agureli or Umureli, and they said that the name, that is the place, they said is Obu God. And it's so annoying. Our people, sometimes when they say that we are from Israel, our people are not from Israel. What an aton nane, nwata on aton nane, can a son be older than his grandfathers? If you go to a place and ask questions to the environment in that Mbamiri area, go to Ibariam and ask them, they will tell you that name Obu God is not pronounced Obu God. That is, it is Obuga. Obuga. Our people, we are not from Israel. We are not. If anything, if we're going to argue with this argument, they are from us, not we from them. Let us learn and make also research. Please.
Yes. I want to give you my thumbs up. They came from us. They came from
us. They came from us, not we from them. If you also watch the old videos or pictures of today's Jerusalem, the people you will see there are people like me and you with kinky and nappy hair. That is what you will see. And for people who want to research, I will drop also one important bombshell here. There was no record of history of any people called the Jews. They started existing only after the 6th century AD. After the 6th century AD, by those time, our fathers has built empires in our place. How can you now say that we come from them? Look at the name, Obugadi. G-A-D is an English word. Since when English word, our own language, Igbo language, is older than Greek, older than Hebrew, older than Latin, because we are the first people. What on our tongue there? Let us think and reason. Our people, wake up
Thank you.
from this slumber. Wake
Thank
up
you.
from this slumber. Please, wake up. We are not saying
thank
this
you.
thing to demean any religion. We are not saying it to. It's up to you what you do with the information you receive here. But just think and know that the truth of what was happened to you or what is happening to you is being passed on to you. If you choose to continue with your shenanigans and in this foolishness, it is up to you. But just at least think. That is all I ask for any of us listening. Just think. Thank you, good man.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Weibo. Yes, Aprawa, these hands where they up, make we see without go bring them down. Then you go continue.
No, I just wanted to bring something in. In the Israeli parliament, there was a bill that was lingering in the Israeli parliament some days ago, and it was about the banning of Christianity in Israel. Not the banning of the Jewish ethics and the Jewish worship, but Christianity. A question should be asked: why would Israel, people in the parliament of Israel, had moved a motion for Christianity to have been banned in Israel and not the Jewish practice of religion? This would have been achieved if not for the intervention of the new Prime Minister of Israel, which said no, he stopped it for now. But can you tell me that it will not come to happen in the nearest future? It will come to happen, because when it gains the majority of the votes in the Israeli parliament, this will definitely come to happen. People are coming to the understanding of some of these things that we just read now. When you read these things like this, your stomach starts turning, and you don't even know what to do. People's eyes are opening every day, and they will get to learn day by day. They will mazi.
You will read it again. Even if not today, we will still put this same topic, because we need to start questioning everything questionable. There is nothing that cannot be questioned, except that one that is higher than you, which is the existence of God. It is higher than me and you. We know that one. So there is God, because we cannot tell where we were before we appeared here. So we cannot begin to talk about Elohim. That is why we will leave that one for Elohim. But the one that is affecting us directly, me and you, bro, we go question them. Oh. We go question them. All right. Should I give it to Emeka? Okay, Omega, Emeka, and Joe. I don't know which one I go now. Okay, Emeka and who? Omega.
I think
Emeka.
Omega was Omega raised his hand before Emeka. Omega came in and raised his hand. I think.
All right. Let him go. Let him go before Emeka, and then we give Joe.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is that Chuku Kadibia?
Yes. Yeah. Because when the program started, a good man tried to make me a co-host with my other account, but they froze it. I mean, they froze me. I can't come out. I can't go in. I can't do nothing. So I just managed now to be able to get connected with my other account. That's why it's good for us to have as many accounts as possible. I've listened, or they want me to listen, but they will not let me, so I've been listening. A lot has been discussed. And for me, so far, this is the best topic. And I'm just going to take about 3-4 minutes because I've not spoken today. So do bear with me. I was going to take 2 minutes, but it's not fair.
All right, take 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Abarawa, Ifeanyi, good man. So many of you. The first, so many of you did a wonderful job, especially after one of us came here and was saying the problem is not religion. the way you guys took him on. Well, why auto? Huh? I'm sure that brother, wherever he is now, if his mind is not renewed, then he's not human. So having said that, I give you guys accolade. May Chukwu Kabiama continue to use these guys because you're doing marvelous job. What can I add to it? Not much. That's why I said 3-4 minutes. I want to educate us. When we all know Marcus Garvey. I'm not here to preach Pan-Africanism, but I'm taking a quote because it's relevant to what we're talking about. When he spoke on October 31st, 1937, I have to make it clear, 1937, he said in 1937, he mentioned, let me not go too deep, let me not deviate. The point I'm trying to make, then I'll take it along. That's the best way to go about this. He said that we should emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. And this is what's happening right now today. This topic, the way these our brothers handled it, 5-star, I give it. Why 5-star? They were not attacking Christianity. They were not attacking religion. They were attacking the fraud. They were attacking the evil that the colonial terrorists used the religion as a tool to captivate our forefathers or whoever there was then, because not me. In the last 2 years, I've never used the word Jesus Christ, and my life has changed. I started calling, as soon as I heard Nnamdi Kanu, the way he was praying, I started praying the same way, and my life has changed. My life has changed for good. Every problem I encounter, once I call on Chukwu Kabiama, once I bring kola nut, once I bring alligator pepper, once I bring those curtains, hot drink, and call on my ancestors, things happen for me, unlike before. When I have to fast and pray and pray and pray, you know, nothing happens. So that's my own testimony. So what am I adding to this today's topic? Because I need to add something to it. Because I have something to add to it. I was just about to say it, but Barawa came, a man of wisdom, and mentioned about Israel, where most of us, the elite, they go on pilgrimage. If you don't go to Jerusalem, you've not arrived. The parliament are contemplating. In short, they are pushing it. It's just the prime minister, the new prime minister, that is holding it back. They're not against Christ, but they don't want it to be preached so they can protect their children. Because from what Abarawa, read, we could tell that these people are so evil and so strategic. They always target our children. And when they attack us, they always kill our children. That's how demonic they are. Because they have an agenda. An agenda to destroy us. An agenda to turn us into zombies. Next generation will not have a chance at all. 2 more minutes. Something else I can add to it, because a lot has been said. To be honest, I think it's been over 5 hours or so. One more thing I need to add, it is not being added, is, brothers and sisters, you ask yourself, all the killing, all the terrible things that have been going on in our land, the men of God, the women of God have not said much or hardly say anything. And this terrorists, this Janjaweed, they know, they use their masters, their consultants. As soon as they beheaded a Catholic priest, all the priests are, 99% of the priests are scared. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. So they scared the hell out of them. That was a tactics. And they all went muted. Well, brothers and sisters, there was South Africa fighting for similar stuff, similar, not the same. And there was Desmond Tutu, who was a man of God, the Archbishop of South Africa, or whatever it is, Johannesburg, or whatever it is. But he was he showed and he proved to us, apart from Martin Luther King, that was too far. Let's bring it home. South Africa. Not too long ago. This young man, or this man of God, proved to us that you can be a man of God and be a human rights activist. But what we have here. So, I mean, I'm not going to dive into it because everything has been touched upon. What I'm trying to say, anybody there who's not waking up from the knowledge that was shared today, who's not taking it in, I advise you to go at your own time and read that document again. Like they always say, I'm going to land now. They always say, if you want to hide anything, especially from black men, because our women read, but our men, you put it in a book. But today, in Igbo, they say, they put this so high, not even in the sky, they put it in the stratosphere. But you go by using the vessels today, you all know yourself today, those that partook in raising this awareness and handling it in a very, very intelligent, sensitive manner to deliver every point. Today, you have convinced anybody who is human. But guess what? Some of us are not human. I yield my mic. All I say is, can we have part 2 and part 3? Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother Emuche. Emuche, welcome. He said, we will certainly have part 2. If care is not taken, we will make it a series up to part 10 itself, because it is part of the emancipation from the mental slavery, mental destruction that we have been in for decades and that is destroying all of us. That is why it is so slow for our people to rise up and demand for total freedom. This is part of the reasons our brains are still dead, long dead, and it takes a very radical approach to bring our people to start thinking once again. We will continue. We are not demonizing anybody. We are just asking you to go and think upon it. The documents that are coming out, we did not write it. Your father did not write it. It is long before your father was even born. So they have no part in it. Neither do we. But when you look at it and compare to what is happening, you will begin to see some connections. And then it takes you, if you're still ready, to open up your mind to begin to reason and then know what to do. Nobody's going to tell you what to do. Like our sister said, she has come across this piece some years ago. And then it's a shock that is coming up now. And then she has to come and make her submission. That is it. She changed because she understood that there was something fundamentally wrong. Yes, Mecca, go ahead, pick the mic before we give to the truth. And then David.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Mecca.
I appreciate everybody that has contributed in one way or the other. I appreciate. The topic is very, very essential in this liberation. Mazen the Kano started it. He got range of stupid enemies. Some of them started vilifying the Igbos due to what, among the Biafrans, due to what Mazen the Kano submitted at the time. But I will tell you this. You see, most of us, we are still having sentiment. We want to help the British created God. the British created. We want to help. So when we speak, we want to be or Christianly correct. Correct. Like people will say, political correct. So we want to be Christianly correct. The word Christianity is nothing different from the word nigger. By the time you subject yourself to that religion called Christianity, you are more worse than a nigger. Yes. Because if we are called a nigger area, and the other place is called Niger, inside the nigger area, that is a place called Niger, all of them are the same thing. Then if we want to talk, we don't want to offend the Christian God, the British created God, the God that is fiction, that doesn't exist anywhere, only in the mind of the black African. They put all and they enjoy in heaven. That doesn't exist. You know, when I was small, hearing the Bible, going to Sunday school, I thought after this commandment, God lives there. Yes. And I said, okay, after learning about the rocket, I said, okay, if you go out of this world, you will meet third heaven, fourth heaven, fifth heaven, like they make us to know. And the rocket will land in those heavens. And probably the angel of God will strike the rocket, and then we go back. And I will be laughing that these people want to try God. All these things are the things of the mind. They have captured our soul. I want to start by saying there are some book of thoughts that say that William Shakespeare is not a person. It's not a single person. It is a group of people, and they played a large role in writing the Bible. Yes, they played a large role in putting, if not all, the Bible. Because when we don't want to offend the British God, we know God, we know Chukwu, we know Obasanjo, we know Tamina. We call it in a different dialect, but we know him. When we want to talk about him, we are talking about him from the concept of the Catholic, which are just 300 years ago. When you compare the teachings of the Bible, which is not more than 300 years ago, to me, whom I know my ancestor, a man that reincarnated me, even the man that reincarnated that man. I'm talking of reincarnation. Somewhere in their Bible, Jesus mentioned in Matthew 11, verse 28. He said, whether you like it or not, John the Baptist was the Elijah who was to come. Even the so-called Bible took cognizance of reincarnation. But if you call Christians Korode or Iyabode, they will say, God forbid. They will begin to change their name, the name that your ancestors know you by. You change it to Macaulay. You change it to whatever you want. You see, Christianity is everything wrong with Biafra. Everything wrong with Biafra is Christianity, whether we like it or not. For instance, the word Satan does not exist in our vocabulary. Ekwensu doesn't mean Satan. Ekwensu. It is not Satan. The word Satan, the word corruption does not exist. It was Christianity that brought corruption. It was Christianity that corrupted this so-called Omenana, our culture and tradition.
My bro.
Yeah.
Emeka.
Go ahead.
Emeka, please, don't go too far so they don't get it misunderstood. I don't know if you understand me. Our people have been in this for too long, including me and most of us on the platform. We have been in it for too long. When you go with it like this, you are going too direct. Let us continue to go it from the line of those who brought it to us, like the document our brother is reading. I have not read that document before. I must be honest with everybody. But on a critical mind, I had to start asking questions on my own. I didn't ask any, I was just asking myself critical questions. And then it began to translate into the realities on ground that things are not adding up. Do you understand?
Give me another
So
one.
please.
Another one. 800.
You say?
No, go ahead, sir.
Who is talking? Okay, so what we are saying is, please don't go that way so you don't get people confused and get their mind twisted. They don't really understand where you are coming or where you are going, that you are attacking their God. No, what we are trying to bring out here is the facts are coming out. Now, they should judge from the facts. Let it not be that we are the ones that are now saying it because we don't believe in God, because we don't want to accept Jesus. No. I want everybody to understand it from the source, the people that gave it to us. Now they are reading it from their own script, their intention, and their motives. Anybody that wants to understand it will understand it. So please don't go further with the line you're going. It will make them now start talking about it, start arguing over it. And that is not what we want. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Emeka?
Yes, you are correct and rightly so. You see, Malcolm X talked about his black brothers, and he said he don't know how to give them all the information he knows, what he thinks, because they will not understand. They will start attacking him. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a very direct example of what is just. At this point, I will give my mark and allow others to come.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know what? I'm happy that you understand what I mean. I'm very happy you really understand it. Thank you very much. We are not here to force you to accept anything. No, not at all. We are just trying to bring facts. That is why we are Biafrans. We don't talk because we want to talk. We talk based on reason and fact, because that is the aspect they took from us. They don't want us to reason. You can only begin to talk about facts when you begin to reason. So when you reason, you can now marry it with facts, and then you will now decide which to follow, because it all has to do with information. Now that the real informations are coming out, we are going to be using this information to judge what we think we know and we believe, because you just need to have an open mind. Open mind. Like I said before, I read it from one philosopher that he said, one thing he knows is that he knows nothing. And when I looked at that, I saw, yes, this is an open door to learning. So I adopted it. That one thing I know is that I know nothing. So that I will have this open mind to learn, to receive any new information and judge it with what I have. If it is superior to what I have, and then I will throw what I have and take the new information. And that is how we grow and get better. Thank you very much. We must continue. Let's take the hands that are up, and then Akwarawa, you will take it up again, because you must continue, honestly. Okay, no, not Efetobe, Jojo, I beg, 2 minutes, so the hands that are up can come down, and then we continue.
All right, thank you, Mazi. I greet everybody in the house. One thing I've always tried to point out without shying from it is that the main thing that the European took away from us was our ability to reason, just like Mazi Akparawa was reading from the document that he was trying to enlighten us from. You see, they took away our ability to reason and think for ourselves. And that's what makes you a human. If you can't think, there's no difference between you and with an animal. So what makes you a human is that ability to think and decide what is good for you and what is not good for you. So if that ability to think and reason is taken away from you, then there's no difference between you with an animal. You can be controlled and pushed away anyhow. That is why you see a remote control can control a television anyhow, because the ability for that television to function on its own without the help of the remote is not there. So if you are a human, a physical human that cannot reason for yourself, there's no difference between you and a difference between you with a carton. So Why I said that is to further cement the point I'm trying to make. You see, religion on its own can be very destructive. In fact, it's very, very destructive. And religion on its own is not wrong, but it's very wrong at the same time. You see, if you look through the Bible that was given to us, passed on to us by the Europeans, there's nowhere in the Bible that God himself, according to the Bible, that God himself said, this is the religion which I want you to practice. Rather, he will always say, this is the way I want you to follow. Even Yeshua himself, Christ, whom came to present the work of Elohim, whom is God. There's nowhere in the scripture where he said, this is the religion you must follow or practice. Rather, he condemned the wrongdoing of the people of old, and he tried to address them and tell them, this is the mind of God. This is what God wants you to do. So religion on its own is not wrong and is very wrong. It can be very destructive.
1 minute.
It can be very destructive.
1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Okay, Mazi. It can be very destructive and it can be very helpful. I'm not saying whatsoever religion you want to choose or we choose to observe, you can go ahead with it so long as that religion teaches you on how to be reasonable. Because even in the Bible it says all the commandment, the inches on this very 3 points that Yeshua pointed out. He said, love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your might. Secondly, love your neighbor. The third one that people try to match it together with the second one is love as you love yourself. So you have to love yourself. Teach yourself how to love yourself. That is when you can love another person. Then secondly, love your creator, whom is Chukwu Okike Abiyama. Acknowledge his place in your life. I always point this out. So religion on its own is not wrong, but it's very wrong. Yeah, the way you go about the religion, that's what makes it wrong. Just like a brother pointed out earlier on, he said, when you go to Dubai, the way they practice the Islam there is different from the way we practice it in Nigeria. The way we go about practicing our religion and exhibiting it, that's what makes it very wrong. So I yield the mic here.
Thank you. Thank you, Fetobere. Thank you for being very time conscious. Thank you. We must question everything. It is our God-given right to question everything. And nobody should take that right away from us in the name of religion. Who was to go next? Paul. Yes, you go, and then Biafra son. Okay, Biafra son was here. Yes. Hold on. Biafra son, you go before the Paul.
The good man. Thank you very much. Honestly, I really appreciate all of you guys, what you guys are doing. All protocol observed. I hope you can hear me very well.
Loud and clear.
Okay. The first, I agree to my brother. Concerning the topic, what we are saying here, we talk about Christianity and all these religious things. My brother, I live in UK. I've taken off my time to go to many churches here in UK to see how those people who bring this Christianity or Jesus to us and how they worship. But could you imagine whenever I go to church, you will see one of the biggest church here, you go there. You don't see anybody there. The only people you see in that church is old people who came there to just sue each other, talk to each other because of the way they live in Europe. Everybody stay at home always. So why some of them are coming to church there is to just come and just sit down there, talk together, and just after talking together, they go home. But in our own place, everybody from Monday to Friday, people have been in the church, speaking in tongues, doing all those sorts of things. Sometimes there's one man I was listening to, the man was asking one question. How do we know that we are not already in the heaven and messing up about the heaven we're into? Maybe we're already in heaven, sir, but we're messing everything around. Some people are thinking where to go. One of our brother here who mentioned something concerning somebody reincarnating. My brother, honestly, to be honest with you, when I was growing up with my father, there is a lady that time in my place who normally, whenever this woman give birth to a child, the child will die. This thing happened to this woman about 3 to 4 times. Okay, there's something they say they need to do. When they have the second child, they die. They went to cut the finger of that baby out, the last finger of that baby, and bury that baby. That woman gave birth again. To be honest with you, that the same baby that he give mark to his hand, that the same place he cut off from that mark, that the same way that child who was given birth to, the same mark he have. To show that we people here, we reincarnate. When we die, we come back again. No, because if we continue talking about heaven and hell, okay, what of our forefathers who are not here when Christianity come? Where did they go? Did they go to heaven or did they go to hell? That is the question we need to be asking. But some people don't ask those questions. They only believe when they talk about Christianity. Some people will come out and start shouting. They never listen. They never even want to learn. So, my brother, I just want to chip this little one and just say thank you for you guys for what you guys are doing. I'm here to listen. Thank you, Sonny. Thank you, the good man. Thank you, the last, and everybody here. I just want to say thank you to everybody. I release my mic. Thank you.
Make you not forget to thank Ifeanyi. Make you not forget to thank Gloria.
Oh, Ifeanyi, please. So, Ifeanyi, Gloria, my brother. That's one they can
All right, my
good
bro.
man. I appreciate everybody, honestly speaking. Let's just carry on. I greet everybody. We are doing a very nice job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear. Take care. Yes, we must continue. We must continue. Yes, David, go ahead.
Yeah. I greet every one of you. Good evening. Am I coming out?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I know I don't have much time to speak because of the minutes you are giving to each and every one of us. I have a lot to air for this program. And I'm very, very sorry that I didn't come in time. But I want to say that many of you, you are doing a great job. I salute each and every one of you. You continue.
You say you didn't come on time. I hope you came when Akbarawa was reading the script of 1883.
I didn't come that time.
You didn't come that time?
Yeah.
Chai.
But anyway, anyhow, I'll be coming up because there's a lot of things I would like to air for the air so that our people will understand where our problem is and how to solve our problem. And I encourage each and every one of you to continue hold strong for the issue of Biafra because that is our last hope. And also how our leaders should come out of the dungeon of the zoo. I want to say about the issue of religion. The problem is it's not about the religion is the problem. The problem is that we make a mistake when we are accepting religion. If you watch very clear, the Bible that they brought to us is our culture. The only thing is that when we read it, we didn't understand it. That's the problem.
Paul. I not gonna allow you really continue because you know that when we read our script of 1883. So when we read our script again of 1883, then you go come comment because the way you go come now, it go different from those who listen to that script of 1883. So that you know go come say with the attack really Christian. We need to attack Christian. We they try to ask question. We they try to reason together. So that we go know what we the follow and how to take the follow them. I don't know whether you understand me.
Yeah, but
good man, please.
I want you to give me a chance.
Good man, please. My brother, before you continue, there's a jumbotron there. You know what the jumbotron is?
No, I didn't follow.
No. I'm saying looking at the your screen now on top of Goodman, you will see something written Akbarawa Sonny. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, click on it and read. There's a document there of 1883. When you finish, come back in, please. Thank you.
But I want because I
want no but, my brother. That's the way they up there way and tell you so. Just go read them. When you read them finish, you know plenty. Even if you no read finish, at least if you read half, come contribute with the half where you read. Thank you. All right, Biafra son, you take from there. Biafra son, are you there?
Yeah, I already spoke before.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I like it that you want others to speak. All right, the truth have been here before I go Jegbe and then Obinna.
Yes, good day to everyone.
Welcome, my bro.
Okay, thank you. I'm coming out loud and clear. I can see that. Okay, let me go straight to the point so that I'll not have to take all the time on my own time. I'm going to be talking particularly first on the religion. When it comes to the case involving that Nigeria, most people will always say that the problem about that country, Nigeria, is the leadership. But for me, I've always heard it from the start that the problem about Nigeria, first of all, is religion. When you talk about religion, from there you can now probably move to leadership. Because I think growing up with my parents and all that back then, it has always been we have always been taught from the start, religion. We were not able to differentiate between religion, between fighting for your right, and between violence and between peace. We are not taught how to differentiate between all these things. All we are taught is God is this. We shouldn't do that. No, we shouldn't throw stones. We should have to sit down. When we are slapped on this cheek, we have to turn over to the right cheek to get slapped. Yes, of course. Maybe that is what Christ said according to the Bible that they wrote. I'm not trying to dispute any fact, but I'm trying to tell you the problem from the bone of people. Those people that are in that country now called Nigeria. Their problem because they don't know where they stand. They cannot be able to make out a destiny for themselves because they have been brainwashed. When you see so many millions of people following one man that only has one doctrine, that only has one preaching, and there's no question when he says go to the right, everybody's going to the right. When it comes to that country called Nigeria, I can tell you that 80% of people in that country are being controlled by religion, and that is in the hand of.
Did you read our document?
Yes,
Were you here when Asarawa was reading it?
Yes, I listened to the document, everything.
Okay.
Yes.
Go
okay,
ahead.
so
you have 2 minutes to round up. 2 minutes.
Okay. Now that's now been my point. But they fail to now go further to research. I wish that the document would be able to get to everybody that is actually doing that religion in that country. I wish they can be able to read this. Although I knew that even if some people get to listen to it, they might not still believe or accept. That is just the problem. But then I'm very happy. I was so glad to have been able to listen to that particular thing. Yes, of course, I should go back to the document and read it over and over again so that I can get myself acquainted with that particular document. That is it on that. Then I want to talk again about this. There's this thing up here. The first I've forgotten what he called it. From Didon. Yeah, from Didon. He said that criminals in IPOB gathered people to protest. Please, I would want to say this. Everybody here, to an extent, although I'm not very popular here though, to an extent to know that I always come here sometimes to add voice, and I'm not against anybody. Of course, I'm the spokesperson, but then I would say I'm not in support of this pattern of calling out some people and saying that they sent this and sent that. For me, I just think that we should actually not continue to do things like that because everything cannot be done one way. We are on the right path, and it doesn't mean that when people go out to protest that anybody, I'm not sure it's good to start blaming some people and calling them names for that. Going out to protest for our leader is not a bad thing, and of course we already know what was going to happen. So
you
please,
have exhausted your 2 minutes. Let me say thank you. My brother, my brother, Truth, we have lost a lot of people in this struggle. Do you understand? We don't want to lose any more of our men. So you cannot tell people to go out and protest, though everybody's doing whatever we can do to get freedom, not to kill our people. Anyone that will kill our people, we don't want to do that again. There is time for everything. The time of protest has come and gone. Do you understand? We are now in a new dimension. We are very how do they put it in grammar? We are very methodological.
Methodological.
Yes. So, so my brother, we are taking our time with step by step. You know, everything is organized. We are not disorganized people. We don't want to kill our people. So whoever called those people out to go and protest did the wrong thing, a very bad thing. We
Good
say
man,
it the way it is.
good man, let me help you. Good man, let me help you. The Truth Center. Okay. Gideons and Davids are kept for the time of war. And it is when you need Gideon so much and David, that is when you bring them out from the armory. In a situation whereby it is premature, you go and bring Gideon out, and you bring him out unprepared. You bring David out, you bring him out unprepared. The enemy will capitalize on the unpreparedness of Gideon, who is a very useful warrior to us, and then they will kill Gideon. They will kill David. The day you will need David and Gideon now to fight the main fight, you will not see Gideon again. And then your army will be left with no gallant men of Gideon and David of their types. Telling people to go and protest now when you see that you already have too many thorns and needles everywhere, and you are not preparing any shielding force. Which shielding force did you prepare for them? That when they come to kill them, they can be shielded. So you want to go and waste the life of warriors that you would have used to fight a just fight because you want to go and make name, because you want to become relevant, to go and protest now. The people that we want to be protesting now are obedient. Let obedient protest with the idea of bringing back one Nigeria and having 2027 and 2021 and removing Tinubu to put Obi. Then we will support you. And we are supporting you. Anybody that go to do protest for one Nigeria, go do it. We are supporting you. Because those your protests will enable all the arsenals that will enable all the emerging nations to break out. The revolution will spark up from there. And you will see how Oduduwa and Biafras will be working out with their American suit out. Don't go and waste the life of the gallant men that should have been used to fight a just fight when it is time. Stop making name in the name of I want to do protest when you cannot defend them. The same way you tell them, go out and do business when we say do sit at home. You tell them, go out, no problem, we are going to protect you. Ignore Simon Ekpa, ignore autopilot. They will go out and then do sit at home. Then they will kill them. After they kill them, what do? You just come back. They have killed. I lay curses on them. I will bring them to book. How many have you brought to book? Ask the OS, how many have they brought to book? All those people that one Nigerian government killed them during the sit at home, how many have they brought to book? The ones that they killed today, now how many will they bring the killers to book? The person that they killed today would have been a gallant man that would have fought for your freedom tomorrow when we blow the trumpet and then we give everybody a weapon to fight. But you go and waste that person's life because you want to make a name, you want to become relevant. Because you hear that Simon Ekpa and autopilot are making waves and they want to declare it at home for the Lagos people that are being killed and massacred. Yet you come out and then you say, no, don't obey the sit at home of Simon Ekpa for the Lagos people and Kano people. But yet you are not doing anything to salvage that situation. Now, the only thing you want to do now is to go and start doing protests. What protests are you doing in the East now? Or what is it going to do now? Martin Amdekano has been in detention for years. Every sit at home and protest. Wait, the sit at home, is it not a protest? The sit at home that you are going to do and nobody will shoot anything at you. You say, no, don't do it. You only wait. When you see Buhari come to Biafra land, you go and do sit at home to honor Buhari. Are you not stupid? You do sit at home to honor Buhari. But you cannot do sit at home to honor Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in detention when Biafrans are sitting at home. Now you want to use another set of people to sacrifice and give your people who wants one Nigeria to continue. Save David, save Gideon for the time of war. Do not waste their life in guise of trying to make a name. That is what we are saying. Because those people that they kill today are people that would have been fighting for us when the time comes. But today they are gone, and we are losing gallant men. I beg, the truth. We are not working to please anybody.
Biafra, thank you, Sonny Akbarawa, for addressing him. Biafra 247, please.
Good man.
Fine.
I just want to chip in one thing.
Okay.
With that question that you asked. It's just like we that grew up in the village. It's just like you, they buy a Christmas cloth for you. And you started putting on that Christmas cloth before Christmas. On that Christmas day, what are you going to put on? You're training a dog to become a security dog to your house. And every visitor that comes, you allow the dog to go and be playing with the visitor. The day criminal will come into your house, that dog will play with that criminal, and that criminal will rob you. That is what that protest simply means. Protests have ended. The only protest we are doing now is the one that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu introduced, backed up by Simon Ekpa. Sit at home whenever you're told to sit at home. Nobody will come to your house to play. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother. Biafra 247. I beg, come up. It be like say truth. You know they follow Simon Ekpa. Now waiting, I understand. You love Biafra, but you are not following Simon Ekpa. If you they follow Simon Ekpa, you no go validate anything will come outside his order. When you see person where they go with the truth, where they seriously they pursue waiting you need, you go suppose give them all the backup where you need. Now what you supposed to do? So if you need to follow them, begin to follow them bomber to bomber. In fact, all of us where they here, there's one bell where they near that message. Tap the bell of Simon Ekpa so that every post we make, he go ring them for you, bang notification, he go give you them. So that you make sure say all in tweet, you retweet them. Anytime where you just come, you go see it, he go sample them for you, you retweet them. I beg, very important, because we need to give him all the support that he needs. He cannot have 84,000 followers, and his retweets are barely 2,000. It's not acceptable at all. We really need to do more. If there's somebody you will open account for the person. Tell them to follow Simon Ekpa. In fact, immediately you open the account, follow Simon Ekpa for them. And then make sure you knock the bell. Let them know say need to retweet. Every tweet will drop. Whether in laugh or whether in call for, retweet them immediately. We must continue. He is a leader, and we must give him all our support. I don't know where Biafra 247 is. Biafra 247, I can't find you on this page. If you, Ifeanyi, please, if you see him, give him the mic immediately. He was supposed to come up.
247 is not here again. It's not here. I've looked for him. He's not here.
Okay. All right. Agujegbe, 3 minutes. This is your first time. 3 minutes, please.
I greet you, my people. I greet each and every of us. Mas Goodman, Ifeanyi, Sonny Akbarawa, Gloria, I greet each and every of us. We are doing a marvelous job. We are transforming our people to rise up. The topic today, I have said it all, because we have seen, we have witnessed the negative impact the so-called religion has created or impacted in our life, economically and otherwise.
Agujegbe,
yeah.
Please, if you did not listen to Mazi Simon Ekpa narrating from the document of 1883, you don't have to make any contribution on this religion.
Okay, I have not read it quite well, but I'm going to read it. But let me let me contribute in my own opinion.
Can we hold on? Can we have Sonny read it again for those that are just joining? Because Sonny, are you free to read it again before?
Sonny, please, you can read it again if you're there. Aprawa Sonny, have you gone to consult the madman? Hi, Aprawa Sonny is not close.
I should continue. Yeah.
No. If you continue now, it will look as though we are attacking religion. And that is the impression we don't want to create.
What happened?
Okay. Hold on, Biafra 247 is here.
Biafra 247 is back.
I've been
okay.
What happened?
Can you read the document again? We have some new people in, and they're talking off point, and we want to stay on point so that they can understand from where we're coming. Can you read the document again for everybody that is just joining us?
Okay.
Faith Nkwanta, are you aware of the document? Faith Nkwanta, your hand is up.
Yes, I am aware of the document.
All right, now make your contribution. We don't have to keep you waiting.
Okay, brother, thank you. I want to thank all of you guys. I have been in this struggle since the time Mazen Nnamdi Kanu started this struggle, and we were the ones that started the whole thing. I'm in America. We were in the Washington D.C. area, and as I was going by, I grew up here in America. I was born in the zoo. I grew up here. I didn't know a lot about the history and the things. I was born a Christian and raised a Christian. And when my parents relocated us here in America, just living my life, I would say I was very ignorant, like many of us. We say we are proud Nigerians, Niger for life. And Mazen Nnamdi Kanu opened my eyes. I began to research the Christianity. I'm still a Christian, but I'm practicing Christianity with wisdom.
Good.
I'm not following Christianity with everything that is written and being blind. He opened my eyes to so many things that were going on in our Black people, our nature. And my brother, Goodman, I always like when you say you're not a Black man. I want us to actually have that topic to discuss that. What does it mean to be? Are you truly Black? Are we truly Black as our race? Is that why we are behaving like we are nobody? Allowing them to use document, Bible, to brainwash us, and we don't reason anymore. This document basically said it. When Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was opened my eyes to that, I began to research. I said, my goodness, they came to our country, our way of life. We used to have God. All the names that we were giving our kids, our names did not start when Christianity came. We knew God before they came. So my people, I don't want to, talk too much, take so much time. Let's wake up. Whatever religion you practice it with wisdom. Ask questions. Don't just follow. Your daddy G.O. say, sow a seed. Raise an altar. And you are raising an altar and sowing a seed and not really looking, asking questions. They say, take off your shoes, be poor, and don't give. And you don't have food for your family. That will be multiplied. And you don't even have anything. And they are over there taking care of their children, sending them abroad. You don't have nothing. Please, my people, wake up. Let us reason like human beings. We are human beings. Let's practice whatever religion or whatever you're practicing with some common sense. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, my brother, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank
I want to
you.
thank you all as well.
If I hadn't given you faith, I would have missed a lot. Chai! Nwa Chineke. Mwah! I love you. You see, when you are fully delivered, you become like a light. When you talk with oh no, Kai Chineke mere mebere. You talk with purity. Sense ejuputa no. When you she's still a Christian, oh, it didn't stop her from being Christian. She is still a Christian, but she practices the Christianity now with wisdom.
Wisdom.
When you come to talk her, she will let you know that heaven, she need to enjoy heaven here and still enjoy that the other heaven where you talk about where she never see, where you never fit explain. She go still enjoy them too, but she go still enjoy the heaven here. The good of the land still belongs to her, and the good of heaven, that city in the sky, in the realm, still belongs to her too. Practice it with wisdom. That is the way to go. Not just follow everything without asking questions. You just follow. And that is why our people are being misled. Everywhere is in disarray. Church, full everywhere. No, everybody they cry. Sickness, where do we know they go manufacture them so that they go deliver you because of ignorance. We must continue. We must continue. We have no stopping point until we are in Biafra. Deliver.
Good man. Good man.
Good man, Sunday, I've collected the advice. Let's hear him.
Good man.
Okay. Akbrawa, Sonny, you have all right, go ahead.
There is an advice from a madman that I want to let us know.
All right.
Hey, this space is so interesting today. And we are feeling so cold that we had another program that we have to hook up to. And we are behind schedule. It's only
My
that
battery.
we are streaming this program live out on Facebook and YouTube. And so we didn't want it to go off without letting you guys know, because everybody are watching. And we still have to use the same platform to channel the other broadcasts that we are supposed to do at this very time. So I will beg everybody to forgive us, because we might be starting the other broadcast in maybe 10 minutes. Then we will disconnect this one from transmission. But for me, I don't want to miss anything. So I want us to have part 2, part 3, part 4.
Definitely, we will.
Part 4. Mm-hmm.
My battery self is even going down now. I just have 21% here. So we will soon end it.
I beg you guys, if we can round up in 10 minutes, then we will have part 2, part 3, part 4, so that we can hook up to other meetings that we have. Thank you very much. No vex, I beg.
This your madman advice yourself now. Wow. Good man, sorry, you were calling me. I was watching from computer. So I have to log in from the phone to be able to get the microphone.
Okay.
Can you hear me, good man?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Is it about the music you were calling me?
And we wanted you to be here now, so if you have any submission to make, you go ahead. Are you not one of us?
Okay. I wanted to play that Stealing in the Name. Today I am the DJ here. So if we play the the Stealing in the House of the Lord, I will still repeat the Bob Marley. As Sonny rightly said, we have a scheduled joint program today, Friday. The media team will have our media team joint program this evening, and we are behind the clock already. So
I beg, madam, we go soon stop. Just knock that music. DJ Biafran voice.
All right, here we go. Everything there in line. So my brothers, my sisters, I have to sign out to join my comrades, the media team, the other media team. We are all media team. Everybody here participating today. Tomorrow, next, we are all in the same farm, working for the same man. So we really have to go and do the needful. Thank you all. Thank you. We love you all. I love you all. Good man. The first Stefani, Mazison, I know go greet you. Go get advice from the madman. Come meet me for the other side. And they wait for you there. So my beloved family, bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
My
Thank
own advice
you.
from the madman be say, I love the women inside this house more than the men. That is the advice from the madman.
Again, when you know they love the women, pass.
Sadi, no start waiting, you don't go finish you.
I love all the women inside this house. Pass the men. That is the advice I got from the madman.
They go. No time when they love the women. Make you know eye anyone or anyone where they eye. Make you know where you keep your eye. Oh.
I don't mention name. Oh, I just say I love all the women. I don't carry anyone. Though. I love all of them.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so very much, our media team. We love you guys. We love you guys. You are doing massively well for the Biafran cause. And we shall all be remembered for our sacrifices. It's all sacrifices. Nobody is being paid. Everybody is doing their thing independently. And that is when you know the people that are hungry for freedom. Not the criminals that always have, what do they call it? Unity. They want to be coordinator. They want to remain as coordinator. Nobody wants shift ground because they steam on where and the thief. Now there is no coordinator, but we are so organized. And that is when you know that we are hungry for freedom. Not a criminal that call themselves Ekperima. When they see that food want to go away from their mouth, we begin to hear Wakura, Ekperima, and that thing in Finland. Unbelievable. Yes, the mouthpiece will cite you. Mouthpiece, you miss well. Oh. You know this thing.
I was so busy, so sorry. I had to leave quickly. I'm so sorry.
Mouthpiece, today on fire.
Oh my goodness! No, don't make me cry now. Don't make me cry.
It's all good. It's all good.
Anyway,
we can still listen to
the next one. The next one, I'll be free. So we'll continue.
It's all good. It's all good. Which people will take now? Agujegbe, we will continue tomorrow, please. So by then, you are fully acquainted with that document because we must address our issues from an angle of understanding, not from an angle of you go up, you come down, you say this, the other person said this one, and then everything goes into jumble, and people are offended. We don't want anybody to be offended. Hold on to what you hold, but hold it with wisdom, like one of our sisters said. And that is why we are bringing this topic. We are not against any religion. We are not against Christianity. We still remain Christians, but we just want us to practice whatever we are practicing with understanding, with wisdom, so that they won't be pushing us here. When we are properly informed, we can now inform those close to us, and they will now understand it and know exactly what they are practicing. We practice it in knowledge, not in ignorance. When you practice in ignorance, that is when we become remote control. They begin to ping-pong us anyhow they like. And you will begin to see, when we now understand it, we begin to see the errors. You understand? So we really just need to keep hammering on it because this area has really held our people back. Honestly, it has dealt with us. And what you?
Can we
Thanks a
play
lot.
them?
I concur with you. Thanks a lot. I sign off. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, my brother. Is that Agujegbe?
Agujegbe.
Okay, we will continue. Maybe tomorrow, but we must continue. In fact, anytime I come, now this topic, we will treat it in series until we.
Good one. Can we play the music, to end it with still the name of the Lord, please?
Hey, and what's in the way they play on Dorono? Don't go for another program.
Somebody else can find it. You can find it in your tablet or your television, and then play it. I'm not sure if I'm home. I could have played it on the television. Okay.
So we must continue subsequently, but for now we will end the program. Nwachuk, your hand is up. You are the last person. Debrechi, my battery is going off. Let's just see. Nwachuk, where is he?
I'm here.
He's gone down.
Oh.
Where is he?
No, he's here.
Okay. Did you read the document?
Of course, I've been here.
Okay. Oh yeah, chip in 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes.
Seriously. For the past,
Your voice is low. Increase your volume.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Past 2 to 3 hours, I'm listening.
Your voice is really low. Watch you. If you're using a headset, can you take it out and speak directly to the phone?
That voice is a bedroom voice, please. We are in a public place. Just give us the public voice. Nwachuk. Okay, it's like where you are, you cannot really
Can you hear me now?
Maybe. Yes, it's better now.
Okay. What I was saying is that I've been here for the past 2 to 3 hours and I've been listening. And honestly, you guys are really educating our people. And this is what we need most. And I'm not just going to talk about the angle of religion because you guys have virtually touched 100% of the whole thing. So the remaining is just to add, that is the Bonyekwe Januku. Now, what I want to say is to tell our people back home specifically that the reason why our leader rolled out sit at home is to avoid killing our people. We don't want our people to be killed anymore. In Nigeria, our people
ruled out sit at home or ruled out protest.
Yeah. In Nigeria, our people are termed terrorists, and because of that, you cannot protest. So the only protest now we do to protect our life is to sit at home. And anybody that is telling you to go to protest,
Oh yeah, Emma parents, listen to your sugar. Hey, we are the. Shut up, Bobby. We are not leader of tomorrow. Ẹ tó wà ńbẹ̀ láti 1984, òun ló tún wà ńbẹ̀ ẹ̀sìn. You are not wait, ọmọ bí ẹni ẹ̀mọ̀kọ́tà ń ṣe o. Leader of tomorrow, wọ́n yẹ sọ fáwọn náà school nìyẹn o. Leader àgbèrò lápadà wá ṣe o. Ẹ̀yin ò ní ṣe leader àgbèrò. Ní ṣe leader àgbèrò. Olórí burúkú ni wọ́n.
Iná and iná. But me not sure everybody know what go. Don't take it personal,
I think that for democracy to work, only people who can accept the pain of should participate in an election.
They write to me, them email me. Some people come my DM me, them message me. Yeah. Some people call me for phone and then tell me say, waiting. make you know sing again. They wait for you to come out. I beg you. Tell us something now. Now, if I must sing, you must do. Come out, if I must sing, you must do dance. If I must sing, you must respond. Are you ready to come out, Yes. Yes, we know say Nigeria na comedy TV and everything na caricature. So you respond me caricature. Let's go. Them say our judicial system caricature, educational system caricature, and hospital caricature. What about security caricature, electricity caricature for one big city caricature, job employment caricature after graduation caricature, our banking system caricature, our entire country caricature, our entire system caricature, our ministries caricature, our electoral system caricature, our national anthem caricature. Problem day for Nigeria, problem day country I live, problem day for Nigeria, problem since independence. The people suffer, the people nyama. The people lie to themselves that they are united. Since 1960, the people of vote, they come to. The people of voice, they speak. Democracy, it don't die for Nigeria. Might make me and my people say no go vote. But many Nigerians say they must to vote. Them don't say they want to create new Nigeria. Them create a song. Them create a party. Say na obedient movement. Come out in numbers. Bring the PVC. Fake pastors see vision. Them say them see a better Nigeria. Say them see a new Nigeria. Them put with the PVC. On the effort to what they make time for Nigeria. See as they rob these people for a corona. I know say no go work because Nigeria is a failed country, failed state. Caricature. There is no free and fair election for Nigeria. Only free to rig the election in Nigeria. I just say them say, I make you get the aura where the job sacrifice. If you want win election, you go pay sacrifice to I make the oracle for him to do the magic, government magic, electoral magic, rigging the magic. I say the night before election, I make oracle disappear. I make oracle reappear. He reappear for Lekki to collecting sacrifice. What of $170 million? The money them take by Nigeria for another $1, and the first come be the last come be the first. On obedient come last. Their PDC could not change their problem for Nigeria as INEC sell $170 million. And the Lord said, and the Lord prophesied unto me, and I saw the Lord say, and the Lord said, the new presidency that is coming is going to make something fine. Our electoral system, educational system, our hospital, what about the security? Electricity, for one big city, job employment, after graduation, now our banking system, our entire country, our entire system, our ministries, our judicial system, our national anthem. Nigerian political system is occupied by ancestors. Only ancestors will get mine for rigging. Make I talk, she be make I talk. I beg you talk. She be make I talk, talk. She be make I yarn. I beg you yarn. Money you define. I say the money where you define. Some people no hold am make it. I just say the money where owner they find. And some politicians no hold am make it talk. They make money no reach people up. They make money come start make it. Them distract the people with the money palava, but the ball game na reading make it talk. Them turn Nigeria money to audio money just to achieve the reading. I hear say somebody create the server. I make it connect to the server. When I make it data finish and I make it no get the data to proceed for the election for Nigeria. Our electoral system, educational system, hospital, what about the security? Electricity, for one big city, job employment, after graduation, now our banking system, our entire country, our entire system, our ministries, our judicial system, our national anthem now. Nigeria, sorry. Don't worry, I will go see for God. And if you don't do everything by every possible means to disintegrate this contradiction called Nigeria, Somalia will be a paradise compared to Nigeria. Words of the wise man where they kidnap and put for prison, a prisoner of conscience. After court grant and bail, they no gree release him, and nobody chook mouth put. Now on a one go to that same court for mandate. Sorry you.
Oh yeah, am I go? Parents, listen to your children. Hey, we are the. Shut up, Bobby. Leader, one powerful unit. We are not leader of tomorrow. I thought we are better láti 1984. Òun ló tún wà bẹ́ẹ̀ sìn. We are not worse. Àwọn bí ẹ̀yin àmọ̀kọ́tà ń ṣe o. Àmọ̀kọ́tà ń ṣe o. Leader of tomorrow. Why you suffer no school nìyẹn? Leader àgbèrò lápadà wá ṣe o. Ẹ̀yin ò ní ṣe leader.